Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? I hope this finds you well and blessed. It is going to be a day of the George Crimley trial. We're going to kind of do some catch up as they're no longer airing it live. We are watching it a day behind. So I'm going to try and get us all caught up today. Sorry, I got to seat my little ears, get everything all lined up. Today, we didn't read our blessing of the day. A friend of mine got me these beautiful watercolor angel cards with blessings on the back, and I don't have my glasses on. It says, "Let us behold the unwavering of," what is it? I need light, y'all. I'm getting old. That's easier. "Let us behold the unswervingly to the hope we profess, for he who promised is faithful, and let us consider how we may spur one another on towards love and good deeds, not giving up meeting together, and some that are in habit of doing, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching." Hebrews 10:23 through 25. Okay. Haven't heard that one in a while. I've had some people asking me a few questions about why I've been wearing my braids lately. Well, I want to share with you why. Get off of that and go back. This young gentleman was, let me see if I can get it. No, let me see if I can just click on the picture. View post. We'll just do it this way. There we go. This young gentleman was killed. So we wear our braids for Cole. If you didn't know Cole, who he was, he's a Native American. He was found deceased with his braids cut off. So we're honoring Cole and the Native culture, and we're rocking our braids for Cole. In the Native community, if you cut someone's braids, that is the lowest of low, the most disgraceful thing you can do. The only time people cut braids is usually in honor of a deceased loved one and in grief. So it was a hate crime against Native Americans, and that was really, really a brutal thing. So I'm wearing my braids all week in memory of Cole. And if you didn't know yet, I'm Native American. So we're going to go ahead and get on in trial now. The one thing that we're going to do is catch up. I've got to go run get my glasses. I think that looks good. Why is it? There we go. But it should come off of that. Okay, so we're going to start court with a new witness. And are y'all ready? Got your coffee? I got mine. That gorgeous Starbucks mug. Thank you, Cassandra.
Thank you, ma'am.
I always have a candle lit. This can get pretty intense, so I like having a little candle. Got my doggie her treats, Sensei. There you go. Got the screaming goat. We need to name him. We can't name him Goat Van Gogh or something like that. Somebody else has got that name. That was hot. That was hot. While we're waiting, yesterday I did a live on the Jennifer and James Crumbly. They each got 10 to 15 years, about 400 and something change in fines.
Everyone please have a seat. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. We're back on the record. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Sargent Bunting.
So they, their only fight that they have left is whether they can see and talk to each other and their son. The judge is
Do you solemnly swear
looking into that.
the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth,
That coffee was way too hot, y'all.
So help you God.
Thank you, sir. If you come over here to the witness stand, please have a seat.
Good morning, Detective
Good
Sargent.
morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Can you briefly introduce yourself to the jury this morning?
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Joseph Bunting.
Is that microphone on? Just a.
Bunting, B-U-N-T-I-N-G.
I think if you're tall, so if you raise that up a little bit.
Is the little red light on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Sergeant, briefly describe where you work and what you do.
I've been employed with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office for a little over 22 years. I'm currently assigned to the Patrol Division for the past year.
Walk us through your career with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. I started with the Sheriff's Office in February 6th of '02. From there, I went to the Basic Police Academy at Carlotta, which is in Coolidge, Arizona. Upon graduation from the Basic Police Academy, I went to the field training program at the Sheriff's Office, which consisted of 12 weeks. Upon going through the FTO program during my tenure, I was assigned to the Patrol Division.
We're going to skip through all those kind of stuff as we can.
Qualifications through my goal. Last year, I was promoted to sergeant through the state, and then that in turn, I can now teach firearms for the department, and I have taught at the academy level for cadets at the academy on how to shoot a gun, proper handling of the weapon and stuff like that.
So that would it include safety,
Correct.
operation,
Correct.
and you said you handled weapons from handguns.
Handguns, shotguns, and rifles.
How about semi?
To deal with a lot of sexual assault type crimes at the department.
But in those 12 or so homicides and a few of those murder-suicides, was there a weapon involved
Yes.
in all of those?
Not all of them, but majority of them, yes.
And what kind of weapon was generally used?
I've had rifles, handguns, rifles and handguns.
I'm going to direct your attention to this investigation. Were you called to assist in this investigation?
I was originally called on January 30th. I was actually out sick that day, so I didn't actually start helping out with the investigation until the 31st.
You came out the next day, January 31st.
Correct.
And what were your what responsibilities were you tasked with on the 31st?
Mostly I assisted the other detectives. When I came into work that morning, I was directed to gather some information for a secondary search warrant, which I assisted with Detective Ainsa getting all that information. And then once that was obtained, going out to the Kelly Ranch.
Okay, so you said second search warrant, so you were aware of a first search warrant already being conducted?
Correct. The first search warrant was the day of the incident on the 30th.
All right, and you go back on the 31st the next day.
Correct.
Do you know what the purpose of the second search warrant was?
It was brought to my attention at that time when officers and deputies were on scene. There was two outbuildings, I guess like some type of barn in a smaller building that we were going to obtain a search warrant for. And then while at the sheriff's office, I learned that the rifle in question was not found on the previous day.
So were you aware that an AK-47 was found on the first search warrant?
Correct.
And that AK-47 was not the same weapon as identified by another officer?
That's correct.
And so one of the goals of the second search warrant was to search for the AK-47 recognized by the officers?
Correct.
Walk us through that second search warrant. Walk the jury through the scene and how that occurred. What'd you do?
Okay. Once the search warrant was obtained, myself and other detectives went back out to the Kelly Ranch. Upon our arrival, we met with Mrs. Kelly. At that time, we learned that she was actually going to be leaving to go stay at her friend's house somewhere. I mentioned when she left, if there's any weapons in her vehicle. She did state there was a weapon in her vehicle. I asked, because there was 2 vehicles on the property. She pointed out that the second vehicle was Mr. Kelly's. I asked if there was a weapon inside Mr. Kelly's vehicle, and she said there was. I brought this information to Detective Ains's attention.
Of course there was.
We
The rancher.
modified the search warrant through the phone with the judge. Upon doing that, we retrieved 2 more. It was 2 more handguns, 1 out of each vehicle, from Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly's vehicle. From there, once that was done and both vehicles were searched, we went down to those outbuildings. It's a large barn, and come to find out, I guess the second smaller house was a pump house for the ranch. Those were probably, I'm guessing, maybe a little over 100 yards or more down past the main house. We went down there, searched both places. Nothing of evidence was found at either location. Once we cleared there, we went back to where the decedent was located.
I'm gonna pause you right there, so just so we have an understanding. You're first on scene, you were searching cars, pump house, and a barn.
That's correct.
And now next you're moving to where you were told the victim was located.
That's correct.
And when you got to where the victim was located, did you notice anything about the terrain, vegetation?
I did.
What did you notice?
It was desert environment. There was sage grass or sagebrush, if you want to call it. There was a small 2-track leading kind of up in the northeast direction. Big enough, maybe a little bit big enough for a car, but maybe like a small tractor or something to go up in there. I was then pointed out where the decedent was actually located. There was still dried blood on the grass of where he was. I was able to see where he was found. From there, we began to.
I'm gonna pause, so I don't want to get you too far into
Yeah,
the
this
story.
guy's going to run ahead a
So
lot.
when you are on scene, you see the
It's very
vegetation.
narrative
How high is
speaking.
this vegetation? Do you recall?
I'd be guessing I'm probably shin height for me in different places.
You're a tall man.
Correct.
That'd be like knee height for me.
So maybe I'd say maybe a foot or so.
Let me ask you about the vegetation around. Was there any signs from what you recall, any signs of a struggle?
I did not observe any type of signs of any type of struggle. I didn't see any type of footprints or shoe prints in the dirt around.
So you're at the scene. What was your goal when you're at the scene where the victim's body was located? What's the purpose of being there?
Other detectives and myself, we began to search in and around the immediate area. At that time, we did bring out a metal detector. I didn't use a metal detector that day. Another detective started searching for any type of physical evidence. We're looking for the bullet, looking for shell casings.
Was any found?
No.
And
But
so-
I do need to go back a little bit, because there's one thing that I did before we went down to search the houses.
Sure, let me ask you, did you do anything before you searched the house?
Yes, we did, and I apologize. For my knowledge of what happened, because I wasn't there the first day, Detective Vainza actually brought me into the back patio of the Kelly residence and showed me the location of where the canine found the first spent shell casing.
Okay, I'm gonna pause. So we gotta get our chronology correct, right? What's going on? So you first arrive on scene. The first thing that Detective Vainza does with you is what?
He took me in the backyard because I wanted to kind of familiarize myself with the scene so I can start painting the picture. And at that point, he actually pointed out where the first shell casing was located.
The shell casing located by a canine from ATF.
That's correct.
All right, and then from there you search cars, barn,
Well,
and pump.
Just before walking or driving down there, I did a visual search of the backyard, looking at the house. The Kelly house, especially in the back, has an overhang with some peel poles. Peel poles are just basically the wood poles peeled with or have the bark peeled off. Decorative peel poles. I was looking at the house, looking at the peel poles. There's several mesquite trees in the backyard. I began looking for any type of bullet strikes, looking for impacts in both directions, coming from where the scene was alleged to be at, and to see was from the back porch looking out into the desert. I was looking to see if I could find any type of evidence, and I could not at that time.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we get the sequence of events correct. Your first thing you did was Detective Vainza showed you where the canine found a shell casing.
That's correct.
And then you did a perimeter review of the scene, looking for bullet strikes and so forth.
That's correct.
And the next thing you did, I will make sure this is correct, next thing you did was a search of cars, pump house, and barn.
That's correct.
And then you went to where the victim's body was located.
That is correct.
Okay, and now this is where we pick up our story. You have metal detector out there searching for shell casings and a projectile.
That's correct.
And do you recall how many metal detectors you had?
At that point, we only had one metal detector. Another detective was utilizing that metal detector, and then I began to again search for any type of evidence from where the decedent was, kind of walking back towards Mr. Kelly's residence. There's a lot of mesquite trees of different sizes. Bigger, majority were all kind of medium sized to small. As you walk from where the decedent was back to the Kelly residence, I did locate a small mesquite tree that was broken and a limb was off. At that point, I couldn't determine if it was hit with a bullet or if an animal actually knocked off, because I did locate some animal hair off to the side of where that branch was located. I did bring this up to...
Hold on a second. You go way too far for me. Way too far. So you do a search and you see a branch that looked like it was broken, right?
That's right.
And at this stage, do you take it or do you take photos?
Again, I told the other detectives they came over and photographed the branch.
Okay. You leave the branch there.
That's correct.
All right. I want to stay on this metal detectors. So the 31st, the next day after the event, you guys have one metal detector out there.
That's correct.
Do you guys come back on the 1st, the next day?
No, we come back on the 1st, and then at that time we have two metal detectors.
I think I asked maybe a poorly worded question. The next day, the 1st, you guys come back again with a metal detector.
That is correct.
2.
That is correct.
And you search what area?
At this point, I have a metal detector, and we kind of expanded that original search from where the decedent was past. So I probably went maybe 100 yards or more past in a direction that I thought maybe the projectile would have gone, or any type of any shell casings may have been. There's a small wash, maybe 100 yards, a little more behind where that decedent was located. There was a bigger mesquite tree back there. I looked in that wash with a metal detector. I was even using my metal detector to actually scan the trees and the tree trunks to see if there's any type of impact into the tree. And at that point, there was no evidence of any shell casings. No, we did not locate any bullet or any evidence in and around and past where the decedent was laying.
How far back, as you were looking out from the house out, and there's the victim's body, how far, continuing southbound, how far do you go with your metal detector in your search?
Again, I think I went maybe 100 yards past of where the decedent was, behind him, back towards the wash.
And when you're back there, you got your metal detector and you're doing your thing.
That's correct.
And then, are you also observing the environment?
Yes.
Do you see footprints, anything like that out there? Do you recall?
No, I don't see any shoe prints. I don't see any type of struggle. I don't see any layup spots where the grass would be laid down, say maybe someone was laying down or hiding. I did not see any of that.
Give me 1 second, detective. Miss Hunley, I'm looking for the photo with the canine to remind the jury. Miss Hunley's assisting me. Sergeant Bunting, after you, let's go back to the 31st. I jumped in time, I Tarantino'd it to the 1st. Let's go back now to the 31st. After you did your metal detector on the 31st, what'd you do? Someone, you're with them, but what'd you do after the metal detector?
Once we searched in and around the desert part from where the scene was, we then moved to the Kelly residence and began the search of the Kelly residence itself, the interior.
I forgot to ask, did you, on the metal detectors, on either the 31st or the 1st, did you also search the area between the victim and the house?
I did on the 1st.
Okay, I forgot to ask you that. So, staying with the metal detectors, you searched from the victim all the way to the house,
That is correct.
including the paddock?
Correct. There's 2 barbed wire fences in between where the decedent is in Mr. Kelly's residence. There's once you pass that little road I explained, you walk a little further, and there's a barbed wire fence. And it appears to be like a paddock or some type, it's not a corral, but it's a paddock. And then a little bit further, and then there's a barbed wire fence that surrounds Mr. Kelly's residence.
Anything found?
No,
So you go in to assist with the search warrant of the house?
that is correct.
And walk us through what you did in the search warrant of the house. The interior, we'll go to the exterior in a sec with the interior.
Correct. I began searching the garage area with other detectives. We moved from the garage into the interior of the residence. While I was searching off the garage, I can't remember what type of room that is, I overheard, I think it was Sergeant Flores, he was my sergeant at the time, who located the AK-47 rifle in a different room hanging behind the door.
And what was your responsibility? What did you do with the AK-47?
I went to where the other deputies were located. I noticed that the magazine was still in the rifle. I donned gloves because I already had gloves on, and I cleared that magazine. The magazine did have live rounds in it, and also there was a live 7.62 by 3.9, which is the bullet for an AK-47, up in the chamber of the rifle. So it was ready to go.
Would you recognize that rifle again?
Yes.
Detective Enza, can you assist Judge with permission? Can we get 101?
Oh, you want one?
Yeah. Oh. In the meantime, Detective, I'm going to show you, do you know what exhibit number? I'm going to show you just for us. I think it's already been admitted. It's already been admitted. I'm going to show you on the screen exhibit 34, image 4193. Thank you, ma'am.
pivoting.
You are. We're publishing, yeah. I'm sorry, with permission from the court, of course. Detective Bunting, Sergeant Bunting, is that the K-9 that you remember?
I wasn't there when it
No.
came, but that was the location of what Detective Ainsley showed me, yes.
Just
that's
FYI, that
placard number
photo
1.
he's looking at, the dog is relieving
Yes,
itself
okay.
next to a bullet.
Thank you, Miss Hunley. Detective, you can use the table over here.
So the bullet in the picture with the dog
Is there opening that?
from
Another
bathroom.
question for you, Detective. I keep doing that to you. Sorry, I keep demoting you in some way. I'm sorry, Sergeant.
That's fine.
Sergeant, during your review of the property on the second search warrant and the next day's search warrant, did you find any backpacks of drugs?
No,
Do you find
Smugglers
any,
aren't gonna leave
any
those behind.
backpacks whatsoever?
no,
Do you find any guns laying around?
no, besides the two that we removed from the vehicles.
I'm talking about out in the field and.
No.
Okay. Sorry, Detective, can you hold that Exhibit 101, which has already been admitted into evidence, up for Detective or Sergeant Bunting? Sergeant Bunting, do you recognize
Sorry,
Exhibit 101?
I do.
Is that the weapon you found on the second search warrant, or someone else found and you helped clear?
It is. At the time when I found it, there was actually a flashlight that was taped to the barrel.
Normal
Thank you, Detective.
rancher. Duct tape works just as good as a $40 mount.
On the,
Better.
eventually, at some point, DPS shows up. Do you know what day that was? DPS shows up?
That was on the first.
Okay, let's go to the first now. DPS, oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing probably the most important part of your testimony today. Thank you for that eyeball look at me. So you also, during the search, you also looked outside the house, right?
Correct. After
Gosh, about-
we did a search of the interior, located the weapon, I went back to the rear of the residence. I went back to the rear of the residence because behind the residence, and I apologize, I don't know my desert plants, but there's a plant in the backyard that kind of has these, I don't even know what to call it, but it kind of comes up and it drapes down onto the desert, or onto the ground. I was drawn to that.
I call it a spider
thinking that if
cactus. It could be
something may
something
be
else.
in that bush or underneath that bush, because it was just kind of out of the ordinary for me. I looked originally where the first shell casing was located. I looked around that bush. I looked in that bush, and then as I walked around, there was some other prickly pear cactus, some other desert cactus in that same area. As I walked around in the front of it, if you want to call it, as I approached that bush, I located an additional shell casing, spent shell casing on the ground.
Hold on, before you get too far, I'm going to show you some photos, but who's with you when you're out there when you spot some shell casings?
At that time, it was just me.
Okay, and did you get some assistance from other officers?
That is correct. Once I found the first shell casing, I yelled over for Detective Aints to grab his camera.
All right, I'm going to show you some photos. Exhibit 34, I'm going to show you image 4433, and just for us, I'm just going through the proper way here. I'm going to show you, actually, I'm just going to approach you and
Thank
show
you for
directly.
being proper. We appreciate that. Let me give you a little applause for being proper.
Take a moment to review.
Please. Is that what you wanted?
The stickies are mine, Sergeant.
That's fine.
Wanted.
Yes, I do recognize these photos.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you found with shell casings?
Yes.
Move to admit, Your
Lay
Honor,
down.
Government Exhibit 34, images 4433 to 4458.
My pupper dog.
Let me just see them first.
Oh, sure.
Exhibit 34, pages 4443 through 4458 are admitted.
I think it's 4433.
4433?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 34, pages 4433 through 4458 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm gonna have Ms. Hunley drive for me. I'm gonna show you it's been State Exhibit 34. I'm gonna start referring to them as just by their image number, 4433. What's that picture of, Sergeant?
That picture shows that bush that I was talking about, that I don't know the name, it kind of drapes down onto the ground there. This is located right outside the back patio of Mr. Kelly's residence.
Ms. Hunley, if you can't do the matrix removal, is that you? Whatever's happening down here. Don't worry about it if you can't do it. All right. All right, don't worry about it, Ms. Hunley. I'm gonna show you the next image, 4444. I mean, 4434. I did the same thing. 4434.
Sorry, doing some back office stuff. I'm gonna skim this. I'm actually gonna make this a little faster.
Sergeant, tell the jury what we're looking at.
What you're looking at there is a spent AK-47 round or 7.62.
I'm gonna go old school. Please cut that. Let me just go old school. That's fine. I'll do the ammo. I'm gonna show you Government Exhibit 4434.
I'm gonna skim this. I'm actually gonna make this.
Sergeant, what are we looking at?
Again, you're looking at a spent shell casing.
And that's located what part of the house?
In that same area around that bush, right off of the patio.
And when you look at that shell casing in 4434, is that an old one, new one?
There's no weathering on it, so it appears new. And it's on top of the rocks.
I'm gonna show you Government Exhibit image.
We're just gonna go through the exhibits right now. I can just skim through that if y'all'd like.
Same type of photo?
Same type of photo, same type of shell casing.
Sorry about that.
Single one, but I'm gonna show you.
These are all
Down the
bullet
bottom of the
photos,
page.
That's Government.
casing photos, not bullets.
Correct. The patio, you can kind of do a right L. I would say the front door to that residence is just off of that picture at the top. What you don't see just to the right, if you would continue down, there's another door that leads into the back of the residence there.
I'm gonna show you a better photo. I'm gonna show you image 4440. Recognize that view?
I do.
And the image we're talking about, the back patio. Do you see the patio?
As you can see the legs of the other detectives standing on that back patio, and then right behind them, there's a door that leads into the residence.
Just so we know, that 4439 was a view going this way, and now this is a view of a different angle of that patio, the showcase, right?
That's correct.
All right. Let me show you a close-up of one of the shell casings, 4442. Is that a close-up of their placard one?
That is.
And this is
Big casing, so the picture indicates me starting to pick up that shell casing, and then with the assistance of Detective Ainsa, we then place that one shell casing into an evidence bag
procedure with
with the remaining all 8 spent shell casings, yes.
Let me show you image 4452. You were talking to the jury about some plant that was like overhanging the gravel.
That's correct.
Is that the
That indicates that the plant in question that I was talking about, how it kind of drapes down onto the rocks, and that right there shows kind of the reason why I was looking in and around that plant, and located one of the Spanish shell casings.
Some of that would be difficult to see, right?
And that is correct.
I'm going to show you image 4454. That's a closer look up of shell casing number 7.
That is correct.
Kind of tucked under this plant.
That is correct.
When you got, how many were there?
There was a total of 8 Spanish shell casings.
And what did you do with the 8 shell casings?
They were all submitted into evidence.
I'm waiting for the aha. I'm not getting the aha. I want this. And I'm not getting it. I know this all has to be done, but there's no
Those are normal size
Moment.
hand gloves. Sorry about that. I'm going to have you open exhibit. I think one exhibit is 103 to 106. The envelope, which should show 103 to 106. I'm going to have you open both of those, and council can go up there and take a look, but I think they've been up there before.
He's going to show you the casings.
You can open both of them. One should be 103 to 106, and the one should be 107 to 110. That's it.
Side.
I'm just getting through the
casings?
opening.
Yes.
Are those the same shell casings you found on scene?
Yes, they are.
It's
Can you
just
move
chain
to
of
admit,
custody.
just we formally do this. Government exhibit 103 to 106.
No objection.
103 through 106 are admitted.
Sergeant, can you just take one of those out just to remind the jury what that looks like? Just
This is 103. It's a Spanish shell casing.
and what's the? Can you tell what brand or the type of weapon that goes to?
I recognize it as a AK-47 round or 7.62 by 39 round. It's kind of hard to see with the light that we have, but I recognize the round.
All right, you can put that back in that individual envelope and put all 4 of those back into the bigger envelope.
You recognized
Yeah,
around.
once you-
I'm sorry, I'm getting really bored with this. I know it has to be done, y'all, but they don't have the defense. I'm begging you, please give me the moment. Get me the light bulb. Get me the yeah, that a boy moment. It's lackluster, y'all.
And the same 7.62 by 39 Spanish shell casings that were located.
You're going to move to the government exhibit 1. And you can,
Spent shell casings.
after collecting the 8 spent shell casings, did you do anything else out of the house?
No, not that evening. Once we collected those, we actually departed the Kelly Ranch.
You also did, you were there for, DPS showed up to do a drone.
That is correct, on the 1st.
So the next day
The
now,
next day, which was Wednesday, February 1st.
to remind the jury, that's the day when you go back out with metal detectors, right?
That is correct. We went out, we were there probably a little over an hour, periods before DPS arrived.
And you were there with DPS, did you help DPS out?
I did. It was Trooper Reyna that arrived on scene. He's a drone operator. Upon his arrival, I walked him through the scene to show him kind of the layout and what we wanted to be photographed.
And you got firearm expertise, right?
That's correct.
And you know about ejection patterns. I'm not going to quiz you on this, but you know about ejection patterns.
Correct.
In drone footage, there are cones. Do you know who put the cones out?
I did.
You put the cones out on the patio.
That is
You're the
correct.
cone
Based
man.
on what?
My theory of ejection patterns being that rifle is a right-handed ejection, meaning when the bullet is fired, the ejector grabs that Spanish shell casing and it ejects it off to the right-hand side of that weapon system.
And so you did your best guess about where the person who shot, where the spent shell casings landed, where the shooter would have been.
That is correct.
Is that precise science?
No.
But there.
I got to pause, y'all. No one is talking about doing a test, which other trials experts have done, where they take a very similar exact weapon, but not the weapon that was used. They go out. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my puppers down there. They go back to the scene, stand on the X. They shoot the gun in a horizontal position and watch where the casings fall. They document and remove casings. Then they shoot straight up, like Mr. Kelly stated he did. He shot in the air. And watch where the casings fall. Because I guarantee it, through experience, that if you're shooting this way versus this way, the casings are going to fall vastly different. So if they were to hold the gun up and go pop, 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 and the casings flew one direction, kind of back and to the side, and they held the gun straight and the casing flew more directly to the side, then they would know within reasonability in what position the gun was fired. But nobody did a test. I love it when court junkies think of these things. Why didn't they?
Do you remember a gazebo?
Yes.
The ejection pattern doesn't resemble someone shooting from the gazebo, does it?
No, my knowledge of that weapon system, even though I've not shot it a lot, again, it extracts and pulls out to the right-hand side and slightly forward. So it was my best guess of if I would be staying right here,
Best
where
guess,
those
so you
shell casings
didn't
were.
test
It was just a approximate
You didn't
guess.
test your theory. You didn't go out
You
there.
also
and
looked
test
at,
it.
in this case, you were tasked with looking at Border Patrol video.
You want to send a
That's
man
correct.
to jail for the
And
rest
do you
of
know
his
how
life
many
on a guess?
discs of video that you looked at?
It was a total of 5 surveillance discs on 2 different occasions.
And did other officers, detectives, were they also tasked with their own set of discs?
That is correct.
So there's a lot of a lot of Border Patrol surveillance videos, right?
Correct. I don't know what the total number, but yes.
Live hours?
Yes.
And do you remember the drone I keep saying drones, strike that. The Border Patrol surveillance video, you reviewed it before court today, right?
That is correct.
And the view, do you remember what the view was? What property?
Yes, it was, well, it was the desert view from wherever the cameras were located.
Sure, but do you see any property belonging to
Mr.
George
Kelly's
Kelly?
property,
Yes, we do.
please.
There's 2 footage that we saw. One of what's called an infrared. It's a black and white image where you see a male subject and 2 animals walking towards that pump house. I'm familiar with that pump house. The second video was in color, indicating that same image.
And do you see
Mr.
other people
Kelly and
arriving
his
on
dog.
scene on the video?
That is correct. Later, you do see other deputies arriving in their marked units.
And so the videos you reviewed showed Border Patrol and SO arriving and also George Kelly and his dogs.
That is correct.
Why
There's
did
a part of the
you
video
not,
where you see someone else running.
why did you not see the other people? There was at least 2 there. And by your very first witness of the prosecution, there was at least not 2, but maybe 5 to 8.
Right?
Not running, he's walking.
Walking. Where are they walking towards?
They're walking on a hillside. I couldn't tell you where that image was actually located because it's kind of zoomed into that male subject in the desert around, so there's nothing in the distance to indicate where that person was.
And there's Border Patrol and SO on scene, right?
That is correct.
All right. And then, did you ever see anyone running towards the border wall?
No, I did not see anybody running.
And then we're going to talk about this tree thing real quick. I'm going to show Exhibit 137 and 137.1.
Did you see anybody walking around the wall? Did you see anybody coming from the wall, heading towards the wall? Did you see any activity that may look like coyotes and people crossing illegally? You didn't ask a whole lot of questions on that one. I pray to God the defense can nail that
I
one.
think you do 2 things at once. I'm going to ask you to open Exhibit 137 and 137.1. I think they're both inside that box. As you're doing that, I want to ask you, at some point, someone tasked you with the job of collecting the tree branch. A tree branch, right?
That is correct.
Do you remember what time of year that was?
That was in August.
August, do you know who tasked you with that job?
We
August.
received information from the county attorney's office to go back and retrieve
What,
that branch that I
7
originally
months
found
later?
on the 31st. And that information came down from, I guess, one of the experts. I do not know his name, but one of the experts requested us to go back out and collect that tree.
So you go back out. Do you remember who's with you when you go back out?
It was myself, Detective Barba, and at the time Sergeant Flores. And I can't remember if there was a deputy out there or not.
Okay. Go ahead and open that box.
Yeah. 7 months later.
I want you to keep those things in the bag. There should be a clear bag in there, Sergeant. Don't pull it up. I just want you to see if you. No, don't pull it down. Do you recognize those two items?
I do.
Are those what are those?
They were cut pieces of the tree in question.
Go move to admit Government Exhibit 137 and 137.1 into evidence.
No objection.
137 and 137.1 are admitted.
And Detective Kent, move to have him do the runway showing with the jury.
Assume that you mean publish to the jury.
I'm sorry, publish to the jury.
So you walk down and
Yeah, both of them. Take both of them and just slowly walk so the jury can see the items.
And you collected 7 months after the event, hoping to find lead residue. Yeah, no.
Not the smartest tool. Let's say this. My grandpa used to say, not the most useful tool in the toolbox.
You can put those in the box too, Sergeant.
Why 7 months later? It's
I think
rain.
earlier you testified that you saw some possible animal hair on that branch, right?
It wasn't on the branch, it was actually off to the side on the ground.
Of course there's going to be animal hair. There's a lot of freaking animals out there. What does animal
And
hair
there
have
was
to
a
do
horse
with
and a
this?
couple of cows at the time in the area around where that branch was
Cows,
located.
dogs, coyotes, wild boar, you name it, it's out there.
You know do you remember the horse?
The
What it
horse?
looked like?
Horse.
What it looked like?
It was an older horse. It was brownish, dark, not dark brown, but like a reddish brown in color horse, older.
You should have collected it the day of the incident.
That's all the questions I have here.
thank you, cross-examination.
Hold
Come on, Cross, let's clear this up. And the lawyer, the other DA talking to the gentleman that just asked all the questions, is giving him follow-up questions that he should have asked. She's trying to help him out. But one lawyer, one witness, they can't tag team. Oh, now he's going to come back and say, Your Honor, I got a couple more questions to ask. My bad. Yep, here he comes. Get to the mic, dude.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just a couple follow-up before I conclude.
I may have missed it, but do we have foundation as to when these branches were removed? If I missed that, but
I'm sorry.
August 2nd of 23. It was under search warrant 23052.
thank you.
This happened August 30th, y'all. January 30th. They don't collect the branch until August. Sorry. Not.
I'm sorry. 121.
So while they're looking for that, you might have noticed, members of the jury, that it's only one lawyer from each side can examine the witness.
I just
So
said
there's
that.
one way to do it.
Thank you, ma'am.
He's entering it into evidence, getting an evidence number. Now he's getting a folder.
I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 121, just so we do this. I think it's already been admitted. I'll publish. Do you recognize that photo?
I do. It's from the drone footage.
Just to remind everyone, there's cones situated kind of dead center.
Was a
That's correct.
Those are the
guesstimate.
cones you're referring to?
That is correct.
And the casings, just so we understand, the casings are where?
The casing 22J8 to 29 circled in yellow are the ones that I located. The blue 1JA was the one shell casing that was recovered the previous night.
And 22
Excuse
gauge
me a second, I'm sorry. The clerk informed me that this exhibit has not been admitted.
was part of the.
Ooh, snap!
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Move to admit, Your Honor, Government Exhibit 121.
No objection.
121 is admitted.
So, you're right.
Thank you, Judge.
I assume from
Good
that
judge,
photograph,
right on top of it
So
all.
The blue circle is the first showcasing 1JA,
That is correct.
and in the yellow circle is the other ones, 22 through 29JA.
That is correct.
And those corresponds with exhibits 103 to 110. For
That is correct.
those ones you just looked at, right?
Yes.
And those are the ones you put place cards on.
I'll be right
Yes,
back,
the one
y'all.
circled in yellow.
And then did you also, who's responsible for putting cones around where the victim's body was located? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I think I was with Trooper Reyna at the time. I don't remember if I did it or if Trooper Reyna did, but I was present when those cones were placed.
One of you two did it.
That is correct.
And did someone tell you where the body was at?
No, due to the stain on the ground, I was still able to locate where the decedent was laying.
Okay, based upon the physical evidence on scene, you put the cones around that, and that's where the body was.
That is correct.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Very well. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Just want to talk a little bit about the metal detecting that you did. You said that you went, would it be south of the body or east of the body towards the wash?
That is correct. I would say east.
Okay, towards the ravine that's on the far side of where the body was located, correct?
That is correct.
So that's moving away from the house, right?
Yes.
And then you also moved towards the house through those barbed wire fences looking for a bullet, correct?
That is correct.
And even up on the trees, all in that pathway, correct?
That is correct on both sides.
On both
Smaller
sides.
trees were harder, but the bigger trees, yes.
So that's generally an area that goes east to west, right? That's the path that you covered essentially?
Yes.
Did you cover any other paths like north-south or search in any other directions besides those two?
Yes, I did. Behind where the decedent was, back to that ravine, I did go slightly north to cover a wider swath. And again, we probably went maybe 100 yards, a little more, behind to where that ravine is, and then slightly north and then south, if you want to say south.
Yeah, you say slightly north and slightly south. Is that slightly north and south in that general east-west path that you're covering?
That is correct.
Did you ever go directly north from where the body was located, for example, or directly south?
We did. We actually went all the way to the end of where the first barbed wire fence is surrounding Mr. Kelly's ranch. And again, we covered that whole area between the paddock and then back to where the decedent was laying.
So is it fair to say then that you did sort of a radius around where the body was located? Did you search that entire radius, or did you limit yourself?
No, I would say it's in immediate area around 100 yards, again, a little more behind, further north.
In every direction then, more or
We
less?
tried, yes.
Okay. And you didn't find any evidence of any bullets in that search,
We
right?
did not find any evidence of any bullets or any spent shell casings besides the 8 that I located.
Okay. And you stood on the patio, obviously, of Mr. Kelly's property, right?
Yes,
And you were able to look through that mesquite thicket, essentially, correct?
That is
Towards
correct.
where the body was located, right?
yes,
And you also stood out where the body is located, correct?
yes,
And you looked back towards the house also, correct?
yes.
Could you just describe that line of sight for the jury?
Again, standing from the back patio of Mr. Kelly's residence, looking out to where the decedent is, there's a covered gazebo right off the patio behind his house. From there, there's some bigger, like thicker mesquite trees. Past the first barbed wire fence in that paddock, there's some smaller mesquite trees. Some thicker areas than others, there's some spaces in between. Again, this is desert, so at the time in January, everything's dead. There's no leaves on the trees. The grass is brown. There is a kind of like opening prior to where the decedent is, and the final resting of the decedent is located right near a tree.
So just to sum that up, there's a lot of stuff in between the patio and where the body is located, right?
That is correct.
There's trees, right?
I just said that, yes.
And there's different obstacles, like a smoker, for example, right? Did you see a smoker out on the back?
Behind the gazebo, there was I think, I don't recall, it was over a fire pit or something, I guess.
And the gazebo's out there as well, right?
Yes.
And there are wood piles also, right? Did you notice those?
Those are small.
But there are wood piles out there in between?
Correct.
Okay. And you searched through that whole area with metal detectors, and you didn't find any evidence of any bullets passing through that thicket, correct?
Besides the broken tree, and again, I can't confirm if that was actually broken by a bullet or by the animal. That's the only thing I looked at. And I looked on both sides of the trees with the metal
No
detector
lead
on
residue
the
was
trees,
found
any
on
benefit out of bullets
any
coming
of the
towards
wood or the tree.
Okay, so you found no evidence then of bullets going through there? Okay. Just want to talk about the shell casings that you located near the patio. You located those on the second day, or this was during the second search of the property, correct?
Correct, on the 31st.
So other investigators had been out there on the 30th, and they'd searched the property, right?
I don't want to assume I wasn't there.
Okay, but those shell casings were not located until you located them on the 31st, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and those were just out in plain view, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't need a metal detector to find them,
No, I
right?
did not. I found them in plain view.
So you just looked on the ground and there they were, right?
Yes.
Those were next to a prickly pear cactus, correct?
They were in front, yes.
Okay. You talked about shell casing ejection and things like that. You put the cones where was your best guess that somebody might be standing, right?
That is correct.
But that's just a guess, right?
With my knowledge, yes. It was left of where those shell casings were located, with a little bit of distance from where those cones were to where they were actually located on the ground.
And you obviously agree that while shell casings are ejected, they can bounce off of things if there are things around.
That is correct.
Like that prickly pear cactus, for example, right?
Even the tile floor,
Yes, that and
the
rocks.
saltio tile, the
Right.
wood.
Did you do any measurements or positioning to precisely locate all of those shell casings?
I did not.
Nope.
Do you know if anybody did that?
Nope.
Again, I don't want to presume, but I did not do that.
And in order to basically memorialize what you found, you guys took pictures of the shell casings, right?
That is correct.
You put those placards down by each one that you found, right?
Correct.
And then that was just photographed from a number of different angles, right?
That is correct.
And then after you took those photographs, you picked up the shell casings, correct?
Yes, once they were photographed, and then again photographed as they were picking them up, we picked them up and put them in bags.
So you didn't measure the distance between each shell casing or anything like that, right?
Nope.
No, I did not.
Didn't get any precise coordinates or anything to show exactly where they were, right?
Nope.
I do not know if anybody else did any type of GPS.
Okay.
Why did you not do
Was
that?
anyone there who had GPS while you located and picked up these shell casings?
Again, I don't want to presume what someone else had or didn't have. I did not have, and I did not do that.
Heck, you can
Okay.
use an app
And
on
you
your
saw
phone
the
and
shell
get
casings,
GPS where you're
discovered them,
standing.
and
Just
then
put
you
the
were
phone
there
over the
the
bullet.
entire time they were being
GPS
photographed
is
and then
given.
picked up, right?
That is correct.
So you observed the
I know.
discovery and the documentation and the collection of the shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And you didn't observe any taking of precise measurements?
No.
Okay. I want to go back a little bit to the distance between those shell casings and where the body was eventually located. You would agree it's difficult to see a person if you're standing on the patio and that person is standing out where the body was located, right?
Difficult to see, no.
It's not difficult to see, you don't think?
Well, you got to remember, in January, there was no leaves on the tree. There was the grass that was only maybe a foot high, so you could see through those trees.
Did you have Detective Barba go stand out there at some point?
At some point, yes. I think we did take a photograph. I did not take it, but a photograph was taken.
And you were standing back by the patio and looking through to see Detective Barba, right?
That is correct.
He was
wearing
also
black,
6
right?
foot tall.
Black and tan, yes, ma'am.
And he's just standing out there, just standing there, correct?
Correct. If I do remember right, he was standing where the decedent was discovered.
So
And he
wasn't
was
trying
6
to
feet
hide,
tall.
right?
No,
And he obviously wasn't wearing camouflage or anything, right?
that is correct.
And you
The
said that you
victim
could
was
see this
5
from the
something.
patio. What about from inside the house?
I did not look from inside the house. I was on the outside looking at where the Detective Barber was, if that's what you're referring to.
Were you in the house at any point?
I was.
And so you know what the kitchen and living room area of that house looks like, right?
Yes.
Vaguely.
And you'd have to look out through some windows to see out into this area,
Yes,
correct?
there are a couple windows on the back patio by that back door.
Did you ever attempt to look out through those windows to see if you could observe something at that distance from the house?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did that?
I do not know.
Not very thorough investigation, honestly.
What is this? KK. I'm going to show you what's been marked as KK. It's already been admitted.
And the thing is why didn't you put somebody of equal height to the victim out in the field with a camo backpack to see how well you could see them? Black against that gray, dead field and trees will stand out like a sore thumb. And the guy was over 6 feet at least tall.
Is this the photograph that you're saying
victim was
somebody took
short.
of Detective Barba?
Yes, you can see Detective Barber standing between the trees in the back wearing the black shirt.
And this photograph is pretty zoomed in, is that right? Fair to say?
Again, I don't want to presume, I did not take that picture to say if it was zoomed or not.
Can you just point to where you see Detective Barba here?
Point on mine, will it show?
Can you, well, here, let me help you.
Yeah.
If
Okay,
it's-
He's being vague when he needs to be.
No, there's a stylus.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
That's
I
that
just
spot
put-
right
I
there?
put a yellow line by mistake, but yes, it's pointing to where the text bar is.
Okay, that's where he's standing.
Correct.
Showing you basically the same photograph, just from the regular, not zoomed in angle. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And can you show us where Detective Barba is here?
I'll circle it. Well, I just covered them, but it's back there.
Can you, if you touch the upper left hand of the screen, I think it lets you draw on it or point.
Larry, why don't you clear it first? Great, thank you.
I circled where,
Oh, there it is. It's up there, not here. Okay. Thank you. And you're saying that that is.
Ooh, she's got boots on. I like
you
her.
also have to remember that
Sorry.
you and I can see a lot better than what that picture did, and that's a grainy picture. So when you're standing out there, you can actually see where he was standing. That doesn't depict a true, it depicts a picture of what we're looking at.
Now you're
but
clarifying?
In real life, you can actually see that person standing.
Your
So if the jury
Honor,
were to go out there and stand where the decedent was located,
question
and look
was
back
not
towards the house,
given.
it would be a clear
Strike
view.
answer.
Again, it's times have changed, but I would assume yes.
And same thing from standing on the patio, looking out there. That's going to be a clear view.
Again, it's a different time of year, but you can see. But again, that's where the decedent was actually located. That doesn't mean that's where he was originally seen.
And it's going off of that, so
That's where he's located.
you
Doesn't
also
mean that's where he
reviewed
was
some Border
shot.
Patrol surveillance footage. Is that right?
Yes,
And I think in that footage you were able to locate Mr. Kelly. Is that right?
that is correct.
And Mr. Kelly was walking, correct?
Yes, with his two dogs.
And you saw him near the pump house. Is that right?
That's correct.
So he's near a road and he's just walking, correct?
That is correct.
He wasn't chasing anybody, right?
I saw him walking. I do not know why he was out there.
And he certainly wasn't running, right?
No, he was appeared to be just walking around the pump house, looking around.
When you're reviewing this footage, how do you orient yourself to figure out where what you're looking at is?
I mean, orient by looking through that video and saying that I know where that is. Is that what you're asking?
Right.
Landmark.
How do you know where what you're looking at is?
It was hard, especially some of that footage was zoomed in or close up with not a lot of background. Once you can kind of get a bigger picture of behind, you could kind of orientate yourself. A lot of those images I did not know. I'm familiar with the pump house, so I was able to orient myself at that location, being on the Kelly Ranch, and then I'm familiar with both Mr. Kelly's dogs, so I saw him out there when I was out there, and then Mr. Kelly by the pump house.
Was a lot of this footage review, did it involve basically seeing, I don't know, like a cow or some animal out there and not knowing where that location is?
Correct.
So there was a lot of this footage that you just really couldn't recognize. Is that fair to say?
Well, you might want to clear that up. Recognize of location. I mean, I could see what they were looking at, but
Right. You mentioned you saw, I think it was a person walking. Did you see that in the footage?
that is correct.
And you don't know who that person is, right?
I do not know. He was walking, stopped, continued walking, looking around. He wasn't running. Didn't look like to be hiding.
Did you know where he was?
No.
So you just saw a video of some person somewhere,
That is
right?
correct. And that's what I put in my report.
And what was he wearing? Were you able to see that, or is the video not that resolved?
It is pixelated. It did appear not to be wearing some type of camouflage because it kind of stood out. But to say he was wearing blue jeans, no. You could see something blue, I do believe, if I remember right. But to say it was here in the desert and exactly pinpoint, I could not do that.
Could you tell if he was carrying anything?
I don't recall that.
Okay. I think
Inconclusive.
you also mentioned you saw a group of 3 people at some point. Is that what you saw? On the surveillance video, did you ever see a group of individuals?
Like, there was other deputies. I saw other deputies. I'm not sure what you're pertaining to.
Somebody who's not law enforcement, did you ever see a group of individuals?
I don't recall that.
Yeah, just
Okay.
doesn't want to admit
So that
that.
Border Patrol footage, it also doesn't show, obviously, a body. That's correct, right?
No.
Right.
And it doesn't show somebody who's running to the end of the wall, correct?
No, I did not see any of that.
You didn't see anybody signaling at a vehicle at the end of the wall either, did you?
No, I did see vehicles on the, but I did not see anybody trying to signal or.
Did you see any vehicle that was at the end of the wall?
No, I did see vehicles, but I
You didn't know where they were?
He's poking holes in the
And you
witness's
couldn't tell where
story.
they were based on what you were looking at?
No, you could see a road, there was at one point there was a grader, and I did see some border patrol, there was a border patrol vehicle and another border patrol vehicle that was unrecognized as a camera truck, but location I do not know.
You know what the end of the wall looks like, right?
That's correct.
You've been there, you've seen it, right?
Yes,
So if you were to see that on this surveillance footage, you would recognize it, right?
that is correct.
Correct.
And you didn't see any of that.
The ones I saw, no.
Did you ever find out those border patrol vehicles that you mentioned? Did you ever find out who they were or where they were?
No.
And why is that? Is that just because you can't tell from the surveillance
I
footage?
could not tell I was just tasked to view and document anything I saw, and that's what I did.
And you didn't contact Border Patrol to ask them who these folks were or where they were or anything, did you?
Myself, no.
Do you know if anybody did that?
I do not know.
The tree branch that you mentioned, you collected that tree branch because somebody else asked you to do that, right?
That is correct.
And that was in August, so that's significantly after this
7
event took
months.
place, right?
Correct.
And that was at the behest of the ballistics expert, is that right?
I know it was an expert, I don't recall the name.
Okay, but you hadn't thought to collect it earlier because why?
At that time, again, I couldn't tell. It was a branch that was broken. Again, there was some animal hair off to the side, not in close proximity. But again, I could not tell at that point if it was a bullet strike or an animal had broke off. It did caught my attention because it appeared to be a fresh break, which we did photograph as we found it. And then at one point, I picked up the broken branch to see if it would fit on top, in which it did, it matched. And then we
Did
moved
you
on.
photograph that, sir?
And Valeria, can I get the whiteboard out when you get a chance? You were on Mr. Kelly's property for quite some time, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
And you're familiar with the area, right?
yes,
And the property he has, it's a house, right? Obviously.
yes.
There aren't any pine trees on his property, right?
I don't recall seeing any, no.
Okay. And there's no road that goes from Mr. Kelly's property to the end of the wall. Is that right?
Not that I know of, no.
And this property is, you can see the border wall from this property, correct?
Correct.
But it's pretty far away. It's about 1.5 miles away from Mr. Kelly's property. Does that sound about right?
That sounds all right as the crow flies. I mean, the train is up and down, but yes,
As the crow flies. So if you were to go directly from Mr. Kelly's property to the end of the wall, that would be running 1.5 miles over pretty rough terrain, right?
yes.
And you certainly wouldn't be using a road, right?
No, there are roads out there, but no.
But not on Mr. Kelly's property, right?
Just one that he made going down to his barn and that one by his
Right.
house.
Not one that goes to the end of the wall,
Correct.
correct? And when I know you've been promoted, but you are a detective, right?
That's correct.
And you've studied cases and you've worked homicides before, correct?
Correct.
And you know it's important, obviously, to evaluate witness statements when they come forward, right?
That is correct.
And you tend to see, does this statement make sense? Is it consistent with other evidence that I'm observing, right?
Correct.
And I just want to draw a picture to hopefully illustrate this.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take our mid-morning break? You can draw your picture on the break. It's 5 to 10. We'll take a 30-minute break. We'll be back in court. Please be in the jury room at 10:25. We'll be in recess until 10:25.
Okay, guys, so I want to catch us up a little bit. I know this is a little boring. I apologize, but I find it very interesting, and I'm going to skim through and then pause. I find it very interesting that you have Border Patrol, Border Patrol, you've got all kinds of law enforcements with all kinds of experience, and no one thought to do more investigations of the bullet. Number one, it's a guesstimation as to where the defendant was standing. Everything they have on this man is a guess or an estimate. There's not one thing on this man other than he said he shot the gun up in the air and he found a body. But when it comes to evidence, they didn't even seize the gun until the next day. They have bullets that laid out until the next day. The dogs could have knocked some of those, scattered those casings, not bullets, casings. And the thing is that you send a guy into the field and stand where the body is, but I don't know. I think the gentleman was 6'5", 5'5", 5'6", something like that. I don't know. He was shorter than the detective who was standing there in khaki pants and a black jacket. Now, had you put him in khaki pants and an off-white jacket or a gray jacket or something that blends like camo, he'd be harder to see. I'm really struggling with this, y'all. I really, really am, and I'm trying so hard. But once again, we have not had that moment. We've not. So, sorry, this is... I don't know why that clapping is going on, but that's why I got crickets, y'all. I don't understand. But anyway, we're back in court. Let's see if this gets a little more spicy. I hope so. I need to wake up. They're waiting for jury. He's coming to sit back down. Sir, you're still under
Does this
oath.
work? Okay. I'm told I need to be louder. Can you hear me okay? If I use this? Okay. So I just want to try to illustrate something to help us understand a little bit about the difference between what somebody
Since when did a lawyer wear leggings and boots in court? I love it.
So I'm just going to have you illustrate for us what the facts are on the ground when you went to this property to visit this location. So this is very crude, okay? But north, south, west, east, this is Mr. Kelly's house, okay? The body's located to the east of the house, right?
It's behind the house.
And that's in the east direction, right? So body is somewhere over
Get on the
here.
mic,
Can you
dude.
hear me now?
Yeah, that's
A person. And what's the distance between the house and the body?
116 yards, 364 feet.
116
Yeah,
yards.
they added a yard. They kept
And
saying
this line
115.
down here, I just drew that to symbolize the border wall, okay? The distance from the body to the border wall is about 1.5 miles as the crow flies, right?
Incorrect.
Correct, okay. So 1.5 miles.
1.5 miles as a crow flies to the border.
So I want to illustrate what this witness said about this house and where the witness was oriented. So if the witness says he's facing south and the house is on his left, where does that put the witness?
Well, again, I guess it's crude and it's not a correct depiction of what's going to be out
Well,
there.
where does it put him?
Well, I don't know which.
If he says, I'm facing south and the house is to my left, where is he? Where do I draw him?
To the east.
I draw him over here, right? So if he's facing south and the house is on his left, then he's on the west side of the house, right?
Yep.
I don't know if I can answer that because again, it's hard to put them over there once you guys actually see the house or see actual footage of how the house is, where the decedent is to the wall.
He doesn't want to
It
answer
doesn't line
that.
up with what you're drawing.
He's avoiding it.
So let's just hypothetically say the witness says, I'm facing south and the house is to my left. That puts the witness to the west of the house, right?
Well,
If that's what he said.
If you're guessing, I don't know. I don't presume again what somebody else said. If
He
that's
is
what you're telling
so
me.
not wanting
All right.
to go there.
If that's what he said, that's obviously not consistent with what you observed when you were out there, right?
Again, that's a totally different view of what I'm thinking.
Where would you put this witness if he says, I'm facing south and the house is to my left? Would you put him up here?
Well, no. If,
You wouldn't put him down here.
No, if you want to orientate a little better what's out there, you have to kind of angle the house towards the top right corner and put north that way instead of just straight up and straight down and east and west.
So the house is at a different angle?
Yeah, it's.
Does it matter which angle the house is at?
Well, if you want to be more precise, yes.
In terms of saying, I'm facing south and the house is on my left, does it matter what shape the house is?
Well, it's going to depict the picture different, yes.
So we just rotate the house and that changes things?
From where the decedent is, I don't see how he can be on that side of the house.
Okay, that's all I'm
No.
asking. And this is hypothetical. You didn't talk to this witness. You didn't hear this witness. But if he puts himself facing south with the house on his left, then he's over here, generally, right?
If that's what he said.
And if he says he was 10 yards away from the house, more or less, when the shooting starts, that's also not consistent with what you observed, right?
Correct.
And if he says the border wall is right here, it's 2 football fields away. That's what he says, 2 football fields away. That's also not consistent
Gotta give it
with what
to
you
her.
observed, right?
Correct.
And if he
Nailed
says, house is on my left, I'm facing south, the shots are coming from the right. So he's describing shots coming from his right, should be over here.
She just tore up the
That's not
witness.
consistent with what you observed either, is it?
Not from where the decedent is, no.
In fact, this is the story, right? And these are the facts.
Well, you're telling me the story again, I don't know.
I know you didn't hear the story. If this is the story, they're pretty far off from the actual facts that you observed, right?
Correct.
It doesn't line up with what I see.
That's exactly what she needed. So they just impeached that witness. That witness is now no limbo.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to project a little bit better over here. Okay. So we talked a little bit about what the witness described there also. This same witness described the victim as falling over backwards. Did you make any observations of the body in this case?
No.
Did you see any photographs of the body in this case?
Not to. Yes, but not. I don't. No. I'll say no. I don't remember how the decedent was laying.
Okay. If he was laying on his stomach, then that's obviously inconsistent with what the witness says as well, right?
If that's what you're telling me.
And that witness also described the shooter standing directly over Gabriel's body immediately following the shooting. And I know you didn't hear from that witness at all, but if that was a statement that was made, that's also not consistent with your observations of Mr. Kelly being out by the pump house with his dogs, correct?
Again, I don't want to presume something that I have no knowledge of. I mean, if you're telling me that, okay.
And I'm not asking you to presume or say that that's what the witness said. But if the witness did say, right after this shooting, Mr. Kelly was standing right over Gabriel's body, that's not consistent with what you observed on Border Patrol surveillance, correct?
On the surveillance, what I saw was him by the pump house.
Right. Do you investigate false reporting ever?
We look into it, yes.
Because that's a crime, right?
That is correct.
And sometimes people commit that crime, right?
People lie to the police.
And so what are kind of some of the red flags that you look for? What helps you determine whether something is a false report or not?
I'm not sure if this goes with what I did that day. I think you're kind of going outside that, but yes, we have looked into false reporting. Actually, we had one yesterday.
What sorts of things do you look into when there's a possibility, or what tells you that there's a possibility that something might be a false report in general?
Inconsistency.
We have to look at the totality of all the circumstances and then see if that information coincides with what either the victim or suspect is talking to us.
So if you have a number of different statements, for example, you want to evaluate those statements by testing them or looking at them in conjunction with the totality of everything else that's in the case, right?
During our
Correct.
investigation, yeah, we look at everything, yes.
So you're going to take one statement and you're going to compare it to other statements, right?
Correct.
You're going to see if they are close together or if there are some discrepancies, right?
Correct.
And you're going to take that same statement and you're going to put it next to the physical evidence in the case, right?
Correct.
So if a statement, goes against or contradicts the physical evidence in the case, then that statement's obviously less reliable, right?
Well, again, we have to look at all the evidence and take it into totality.
And you're also comparing those statements to forensic evidence, correct?
Throughout the investigation, yes.
And with a scenario like this, and I know you didn't talk to this witness, I'm not saying that this is what this witness said. Hypothetically, if this witness said what we just illustrated up there, that's a pretty big red flag, right?
I don't feel comfortable guessing on what you're asking me because I had nothing to do with that.
I know you didn't have anything to do with it, but hypothetically, if a witness came forward and made a statement that was this inconsistent with the physical evidence that you observed, would you have some concerns about that witness?
Yes.
If I was investigating a crime, I'm not going to say this one here. We're going to look at all the evidence and take it at face value and look into it to see if it's correct.
And I know that you were not the lead detective in this case, right?
That is correct.
You never talked to this witness or heard anything about what he said, right?
That is correct.
The lead detective is the person who is tasked with this responsibility, correct?
Yes.
So whoever the detective is, when they receive a statement like this one, they should look into that, right?
In my experience in investigating crimes,
I hear an
especially
objection
in
coming.
detective,
I feel an
there's more than one
objection
detective.
coming.
We do talk amongst each other, but that's probably a normal practice.
I need to get a
in
recording.
investigation. Any
Objection, Your
investigation
Honor.
At the patrol level, you look at all the evidence, all the statements, and then take up If it's a true statement or not, yes.
So that should have been evaluated, correct?
Well, again, I don't want to speculate what should have done or could have done.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Redirect
Pass
examination.
the witness. Okay, here comes the cross.
I'm going to continue on with this hypothetical with what another witness supposedly said, okay, Detective?
Yes.
All right.
Now he's going to be
You weren't there
cooperative. Watch
for
it.
this testimony, were you?
No.
You have not been in court?
He's going
No
to
one's talked to
cooperate.
you about other people's testimony in court, have they?
No. And during this investigation, I was promoted in April, so I left the detective division while this investigation was still going on.
We'll walk through this. Is that on? That's on. Is that on? Yes. Okay, good. We'll walk through this hypothetical.
But you have it facing the wrong
This
direction.
hypothetical, Defense counsel drew in red what evidently another witness testified.
That's correct.
All right. Do you know anything about, once again, you weren't here for the testimony, right?
That's correct.
So you don't know if this witness here, stated they did not see a house when the shooting happened.
I have no knowledge.
But he
You also do
did.
not know that the house they referred to was on a walk earlier. You don't know that, do you?
No, I do not.
And so you don't know if this person here identifies a house someplace else.
That's correct.
You also don't know that they returned, they didn't see a house.
Objection leading.
That objection's overruled.
Can you say it again?
I mean, what's the difference? What's the difference? I mean, he doesn't know anything about what the witness said about anything, so.
That's correct. I do
You,
not. I
you
don't
can
know.
lead him through that all day long, although we're not going to hear it all day long.
Good for you, Your
You
Honor.
have no idea what this witness talked about.
Good for
When
you.
the Southbound shooting
Oh my
happened,
God.
they, quote, did not see a house.
That's correct.
You don't know that, right?
I do not know that.
So this could be completely false, and you don't know whether or not that's true or not, right?
That's true.
But the witness did state he saw
Let me show you
the
what's
house.
been marked as government exhibit
I took good notes.
34, and just to make sure, I want to make sure I do this right, I'm going to show you images for the officer only. Let me just show you. Officer, I'm showing you what's been marked as government exhibit 34, images 4377 and 4378. They're labeled up on top right-hand corner.
Correct.
You recognize those images?
Yes.
What are those images of?
Again, it's the photographs of the person taking the picture on Mr. Kelly's back porch, looking back out towards where the decedent was located.
Just out of cautionary, I'm going to move to admit government exhibit 34, images number 4377 and 4378.
No objection.
4377 and 4378 from Exhibit 34 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Oh, that glare is...
Yeah.
See that image?
Yes, I do.
Can you draw a circle around Detective Barba? That's a circle?
Well, that's what it did. Want me to do it again?
All right.
Well, it's a square, but it's better.
And that's a view from what angle again?
From Mr. Kelly's back porch, looking out to where the decedent is.
And you can see Detective Barba?
Correct. Black shirt and tan pants.
He's in the distance though, right?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you a slightly zoomed in. Try to take the glare off of that. You recognize that photo?
I do.
Can you circle Detective Barba for us? Same angle?
Same angle, zoomed in.
You can see a person, right?
Yes.
And on the footage, the BP footage, recall the cross-examination question on that?
Yes.
And when you saw the defendant, George Kelly, in the footage, do you know if that was at the time of the shooting or was it sometime after the shooting?
I don't know when the shooting actually occurred. I know the time that he was located. That's what I know.
Did you see Border Patrol with Mr. Kelly on that footage?
No.
Do you know if it was But you have no. Let me back up. Strike that. Did you see any footage of where the victim's body was located?
No.
And you know the terrain?
Correct.
And you know this camera, right? You got this camera?
There's several cameras out there, but yes.
And do you know, if you know, are they triggered by motion?
I don't know if it's, I do know there's some cameras out there that are triggered by motion, so it's an automatic, the camera will turn to motion. I don't know if these cameras were being live fed or if someone was actually manipulating the cameras.
So we have a couple things here. We have to have the lucky break of a camera being on the Kelly property, and then we have to have someone seeing motion, right?
That's correct.
You know there's a dead body in this case, right?
Yes.
And this is the most obvious question of all. Does a dead body move?
No.
But it moved just
So
before
if
it
the
died.
camera, if the dead body's on the ground with vegetation, your testimony is a foot high, can you see that from one of those cameras that you reviewed?
No.
But you would see it before. If the camera was in that
And when you look at
direction.
those cameras,
All right, hold on a second.
okay,
I haven't stepped in and allowed this testimony about the cameras. Unless I'm missing something, we've had no foundation as to date and time when these images were taken. Could have happened at any time. Or any foundation as to the cameras, where they're located, what their capabilities are, but primarily, we don't even have any foundation as to date and time.
all right, I'll back up.
So unless someone's going to lay this foundation at some point, I'm going to strike the whole thing.
I'll back up, Your Honor.
Strike it, Your
You
Honor.
reviewed how many discs in this case from Border Patrol?
A total of 5.
1205. And did you review those discs before trial?
Yes.
Did they have a date on the image?
Yes, it's January 30th,
January 30th of what year?
23.
And did they give you, did you recognize items on the photo, like a pump house, a house, barn?
That's
Time.
correct. And they're all timestamps, the running time.
Do you
Okay.
remember what the running time was?
If I can refer to my report, I can give you those times when I documented.
Sure. Let me make sure I get the right report number. Do you have a stack over there?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was wondering when
Mine
that
should
was
be-
going to happen.
Sequence 17.
It's like, my gosh, I don't remember hearing when this. I do remember him talking about the camera and viewing them, the images and videos before it came to court this morning, but I didn't remember hearing them laying the foundation.
Yes, yes. It's the first one.
Does it refresh your recollection of when the footage happened, when the footage you reviewed?
It does.
What's the time?
I'm going to object as to foundation. I don't think this witness knows whether that time is accurate.
Sustained.
It's the footage from the disc, Your Honor, about what he reviewed.
You want me to explain this to you in open court? I will.
No, I don't, Your Honor, but
Then what's your comment about it? He didn't operate the camera. He's not qualified to say that the camera is somehow set, tuned, or acclimated to a particular date and time, or that it's accurate. Is that correct?
that's
How
correct.
can you testify about the date and time of a camera if he's not the operator, he's not involved in it, it's taken by a different agency?
It goes to the weight. He's reviewing the images on a specific date and a specific time, and he's recognized the images on the disc. He's recognized the images. We've got date, time, and location.
He can't, there's no foundation that this witness can testify that that information is accurate.
True.
This is taken from a Border Patrol camera by a Border Patrol agency by a Border Patrol, is that right?
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor. Then. I withdraw.
Objection sustained.
The whole thing should be stricken.
Almost done, Detective or Sergeant. Finally, on cross-examination, you were asked about taking measurements of the shell casings.
Correct.
I'm going to show you image RA 4438.
The card that's next to the cartridge has a measurement on it to show the size of the cartridge, but they did not measure between
image?
I do.
the
Can you see the
cartridges.
placards?
Yes,
Placards represent where a shell casing is located.
that is correct.
Can you tell approximately the distance between each placard?
Some 1.5 feet, some a little more, 3.5 feet.
That's not an exact
From 1
measurement.
to
That's
5,
an
you're talking maybe,
estimation, sir.
5 feet.
Let me show you Government Exhibit 4439.
We're splitting hairs.
Different view,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
You didn't move the placards around, did you?
I did not.
You didn't move the shell casings around, did you?
Did not.
That's all the questions I had, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from any members of the jury? I see a couple. All right.
Okay, we're gonna have to do the headphone thingy. Y'all, the measurement thing really bothers me. Everything is done on a guesstimation. I call it a guesstimation. because they're sitting here with no, they never did any ballistics, like with the laser from standing where the estimated location of the shooter to where the victim was. Thank you so very much, sir. I left my glasses in the car and my eyes can't handle anymore without some kind of a, oh, I need to get new glasses. So anyway, they never measured with the laser, the projectile, this is the height of the body, this is where the body was shot, this is the height of the person being prosecuted, this is where he was standing. Everything is estimated. Nothing has an exact number on it. And it's really starting to irritate me. You were putting a man, an 73, now 73, now 75-year-old man's life on trial for murder, second-degree murder, and nobody has any measurements. I mean, come on, y'all. What is on my glasses? That'll have to do. I am really, really frustrated with the lack of measurements. And, ooh, maybe that wasn't the better thing to do. My eyes will adjust. It's just crazy. It's just crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't understand how they can put a man on trial and don't even have one exact measurement for any of the testimony given. The placards that were sitting down are just measuring the size of the bullet or estimated it so you can do a reference later. It's not a tape measure from the foot of where the guy was standing to the tip of the cartridge. I'm sorry. I'm a little perplexed. Forgive me. But this is just frustrating to me. I want more evidence. I couldn't convict on this. It's just not going to happen. They're still chatting. It's just no bueno. Poor guy. I liked what I don't know why that's two in that. I really liked what the defense attorney brought up, that the only witness they brought that said he was there, stating that he was standing facing south and the house was to his left. That puts him on the opposite side of the house where the victim was found. And he said he was 10 feet away from the house, or 10 yards, 10 yards from the house, 30 feet. And he said that where he was to the border of Mexico was 2 football fields, when it's 17 football fields. And this guy knows measurements. I mean, come on, he's a masonry and he's also in construction. So I personally believe right now, once again, I haven't seen the defense side of the case, but right now, I'd move for dismissal. Right now, if it went to jury, I couldn't convict. Not in the least.
All right, some questions from the jurors and the lawyers may ask some follow-ups to this as well. Question number 1 from the first juror. You stated in your testimony that you recognized the shell casing as an AK-47 round, but a 7.62 round can be used for different weapons.
Ooh!
If you know, is there any way, or do you believe that there's a way, or do you know if it came from, these shell casings actually came from AK-47?
Snap! Someone knows their
That
guns.
round is designed for an AK-47. It's pretty much like a 30 caliber round. I don't have any knowledge of that specific round utilized in another gun. I don't know that. But that round was designed for an AK-47 round.
All right, thank you. You stated in your testimony that the spent rounds looked new. If the round was a week old, would you be able to tell the difference?
There's a lot of variables in that. We're in a drier climate out here, especially in January. A week, probably not. Again, if it had rained for the past days leading up to it, I don't remember the forecast. I don't believe so. There was no dents. It wasn't buried. It was actually sitting on top of the rocks, indicating that it had recently been there. It didn't settle down into the dirt, if that makes sense. And there was, again, there was no weathering on the shell casing, on the 8 shell casings that
That's
I
fair.
observed. They all appeared to be the same.
Another question. What was the height of the tree branch break from ground level?
Good question.
Roughly 1.5 feet. We did take measurements. I'd have to refer actually to my supplement for that, but it's roughly about 1.5 feet off the ground. There's photographs out there. We used a marker to indicate it, and we did measure that when we took it in, cut it in August.
Another question from another juror, Sergeant Bunting. Is metal detection certification required in order to use them for the sheriff's office?
Not for our office, no.
All right, and a sub-question, if no, do metal detectors have settings for precious metals or just for any metal?
Yes, there's different settings for different metals. If you're specifically looking for something like gold, silver, the ones that we used was we set it for all metals, so that way we could detect anything going through. A lot of the stuff that we located were actually pieces of metal that were just laying out there, markings that were buried in the ground. That was it.
That's a question from another juror. A photo was shown of 8 shell casings that were found and that were circled in yellow on the exhibit. One spent casing was circled in blue, a few feet apart. I think the juror is asking about, concerning your testimony about the ejection pattern of the shell casings. And the question is, were all the shell casings generated by the same rifle? Looking at those ejection patterns, if you're able to say.
All the spent shell casings were all the same 7.62 by 3.9. They were all the same color, the same style, everything looked at it. My opinion, I don't know if I can say my opinion, the first shell casing that was located, the one that was circled in blue, to me,
Your Honor,
that would have to do a serious
objection.
bounce.
He's
It
not
couldn't
been-
possibly,
he's not an
because
expert.
It is rocks, you never know what's going to happen when it actually hits off the ground. To me, that was 2 different placements of shots. Just because of the plants that were in front, to me, it appeared, in my opinion, as there was a shot, and then moved, and then there were 8 shots.
Question from another juror. Did officers find one HK-type rifle during the execution of the first search warrant of the residence? I don't think you were there for that one. But,
No.
and then you were there, there was a second search of the residence that you did participate in, I believe. And an HK-type rifle was found in the bedroom during the execution of that second search warrant. And I think the question is, was there one or 2 rifles, if you know? And I think there was some confusion about that, because we heard some testimony about that from other witnesses earlier in the case.
I do have knowledge in both those rifles, I can say.
Any objection? No. All right, go ahead.
No. When the first rifle was collected, it was collected in a box, or I saw it in a box. I'm not going to say it's collected in a box. When I saw it the next day when I came in, we had a couple of officers actually come in. I overheard both those officers, actually it was Deputy Cabrera, mention something to one of the detectives that the rifle that we had in our possession did not match the one that she saw on the previous day.
So that would have been the one from the first search warrant.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct. She described the rifle that she observed. The one in the box that I observed appeared to be new. It didn't appear to be fired. It was still in the box when I saw it. I'm not sure if it was fired, but it appeared new. The second rifle, as you saw, was older, was weathered. Again, she indicated that there was bluing on the barrel, which means it's been heated up, it's been aged. The wood stock of that rifle appeared to be older and darker. And she also described a flashlight with an orange button taped to the barrel. And that was the rifle that I was present on the second day and located.
All right, thank you. Those are the questions.
Those 2 rifles, 2 AK-47 rifles.
Sorry. All right, those are the questions asked by the jurors. Any other questions from any of the jurors before I turn it over to counsel for follow-up? All right, seeing none, I'll hand the questions to the clerk. And Mr. Jetty, you can ask follow-up questions to the questions from the jurors.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Larkin.
Just real quick, do you have any idea why that rifle was not recovered on the first search?
Again, I wasn't there, so I do not know.
I don't have any other questions.
Very well. Any other questions for this witness? Very well, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. And the state can call its next witness. Oh, yeah. Detective Ainslaw, you want to retrieve this? Thank you. Appreciate it.
My shoes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you step over here to the witness stand, have a seat, please. Right.
May I begin? Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you briefly introduce yourself to the jury for us?
Certainly. My name is Aaron Brudenell. I can spell that. It's Brudenell.
And where do you work?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist at the Arizona Department of Public Safety's Crime Laboratory in Tucson.
Mr. Brunel, may I call you Aaron?
Please.
How long have you been with Department of Public Safety / DPS?
I've been at the DPS lab and in my current function since 2007.
And walk us through bird's eye view of your career with DPS.
Certainly. Excuse me one moment. I started in 2007 as a forensic scientist in the firearm and tool mark unit, and I've been with that unit and that laboratory for the duration of my time there. Prior to that, I worked for the Tucson City Police Department in a similar capacity at their crime laboratory, and I've had earlier career activity in firearms and the Idaho State Police.
So Idaho, Tucson, and DPS.
Correct, and I had a very brief stint at the Washington State Patrol, but I was assigned to a different unit than firearms.
And what does a forensic scientist do in the area of firearms?
So the firearm and tool mark section is largely focused on the examination of firearms, fired ammunition, such as cartridge cases or bullets. Occasionally we'll get involved in other aspects of a shooting incident, such as a reconstruction, looking at gunshot residues, things of that nature. And the tool mark aspect of it comes from the way that we're able to use tool marks from the manufacturing process of firearms to identify the fired components, such as bullets or cartridge cases, to a specific gun. And we can do that with other common types of tools and marks under the right set of circumstances as well.
And I'm just going to jump forward, but in this case, were you ever provided a projectile in this case?
No, in this case, the components I received were all fired cartridge cases or unfired ammunition.
And that just so we know, the projectile itself, when you're talking about the tool component of the forensic science, the tool component, you're able to, like a fingerprint, the bullet can be matched to a gun based upon what happens to the bullet?
It's similar to a fingerprint in that it's a pattern recognition system. It's microscopic patterns are what we focus on, and unlike fingerprints, the patterns we look at are generated through the manufacturing process of having metal tools cutting the metal parts that are made into firearm components. But it essentially works the same way. We're able to look at patterns, compare them to each other, and then compare them to the source to see if they're fired from the same origin.
But no bullet in this case, right?
That's correct. In this case, I didn't have a single bullet to examine, but there were fired cartridge cases submitted, and the technique is similar, just looking at different types of marks from different parts of the gun.
So let's go back to your experience and training. So we have Washington, Idaho, Tucson, and DPS.
Correct.
All right. Walk me through how many cases collectively have you worked on as a forensic scientist with firearms?
Certainly, in the firearm and tool mark area, I would say approximately 1,000 cases in my career. I got my training in 2000 and 2001 with the ATF's National Firearm Examiner Academy. It's a year-long course dedicated to firearm forensics, and I was fortunate to be in the second class that they've offered. And that program covers, for about a year, a lot of different aspects of the firearm and tool mark forensics. It's not considered sufficient on its own. You still have to continue to do training within the agency where you're working and get through all the procedures, because it's about a 2-year process to train a firearm examiner.
So over 1,000 cases you worked on?
I would say approximately 1,000, give or take.
And when you work on a case, are you given any information about the case itself?
It varies. In some cases, all I have is a request for, say, to do a function check on a firearm to see if it's operable or something else like that. In other cases where there are more involved requests or more information that is given to me because of the circumstances of my analysis, I'll have a lot more background information.
Does that background assist you in your evaluation?
It can, yes, in some cases.
In your experience with type of weapons, walk me through the type of weapons you have, with cases you worked on and the training you've done with the type of weapons.
Sure. Most firearms are broken down into a couple of categories. You have handguns and long guns. So long guns would be rifles or shotguns. And handguns, there's usually semi-automatic pistols and revolvers, but there's some other odds and ends like derringers and single-shot pistols, things like that. Those are the majority of the types of cases I see. And in some cases, I'll have something as simple as just a single-fired bullet, and there might be a request to know what gun this could have come from. And in other cases, I'll have a large variety of evidence from a certain incident and be asked a number of questions based on the evidence and what's needed.
And just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Semi-automatic weapons also in your forte?
Yes, semi-automatic firearms, handguns, rifles, and other types as well.
How about an AK-47?
Sure. The AK-47 is it's kind of like Kleenex. It's a term that we use, based on the original term, but there's what I would call AK-type rifles and firearms in circulation from a variety of sources.
And when you conduct a forensic examination or test, walk us through the first step you do through the last step you do for that forensic examination.
So typically with a firearm, I'll examine the firearm for any obvious defects, any problems with it that appear to its functionality, manipulating the action, testing safeties before firing them, and looking at any other elements of that firearm's operating condition, documenting the serial number, things like that. Once I'm satisfied the firearm is safe to fire and there aren't any problems with it, I'll go ahead and usually do an initial test firing to verify that the gun's operable. In some cases, when we have fired components, such as fired cartridge cases, I might wait and examine those cartridge cases preliminarily first to see if I can select ammunition based on those cartridge cases to make the comparison aspect more successful. And what I mean by that is, there's different types of ammunition, different materials, and so if you have, for example, a brass cartridge case in evidence, it would make sense to use that same type of ammunition if possible before you're test firing. Once the test firing portion is done, those fired items, the test fires that I generated in the lab, will be compared to each other. And I do that because I want to make certain that there's enough evidence, enough information on the characteristics I can see through the microscope to compare those to each other favorably. And essentially, it's what we would call in forensic science or other sciences a positive control. I have knowns generated from the same firearm that I can look at each other, look and compare them to each other, and see if they have enough agreement between those marks that I'm looking for before comparing them to unknowns. Once I've satisfied myself that there's enough information on the test-to-test comparisons, then I'll compare those test fires to the evidence in question, the items that are unknown, and see if I can render an opinion based on that same type of comparison.
And that opinion is geared towards identifying the same weapon or a weapon? What's the opinion based upon when you compare knowns to unknowns?
Comparing the knowns to the unknowns is to see if I can find the same type of agreement. Let me give a hypothetical. Let's assume the test fires don't have any really relevant information or characteristics or anything I can see on the microscope that would give me the ability to make that determination. Then there's really no hope in comparing them to the evidence for identification purposes. Might be a way to rule them out if there's obvious marks that are present, say, on the evidence. More typically, and in this case, there was enough characteristic features on those surfaces of the fired test fires that compare to each other to then favorably compare them to the evidence in question.
So that's walking through the forensic examination of a firearm. In your experience, have you evaluated injuries from a firearm?
Occasionally, yes. I've seen injuries from projectiles, usually from the bullets.
Any projectiles, injuries from a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, certainly.
Including the AK?
That's correct.
And when I say that, you obviously have reviewed cases where there's an entry wound?
Yes, an injury wound to an individual there is usually determined by the medical examiner in a case of fatality. And in that case, the medical examiner's opinion or report is something I might review. And that would give me information on where the first entry of that projectile was. And then, of course, the question then comes if the bullet is still in, say, a body, then that would be a penetrating gunshot wound. But if it passes completely through the body, the term is a perforating wound. And in a case like that, there's an exit wound that can be also evaluated.
Did you evaluate any injury wounds in this case?
In this case, I looked at the medical examiner's report and saw photographs of both wounds, yes.
Can you give an opinion about the type of wound?
Looking at both the entry and the exit wounds, the projectile did not appear to be hitting in what I would call a stable configuration. And what I mean by that is a normal bullet is fired and it has a spin that stabilizes that bullet So it points nose toward the target the whole way from the gun to where it impacts. Now, if that occurs, usually you have an entry wound that is either round or oval to a symmetrical degree. On the other hand, if a projectile loses its stability for some reason, that bullet may not be pointing nose first when it impacts, and will have a different hole produced based on the part of the bullet that strikes and the profile as it hits. For example, if you have a rifle bullet that is roughly boat-shaped, if you looked at it from the side, it had the outline of, say, a boat with a pointy tip and kind of a flat back. That bullet could go through sideways or at an angle, producing an irregular hole in the item struck or the person or the individual.
And you saw the entry wound and exit wound in this case?
Yes, I have, yes.
Are those consistent with an AK-type weapon?
Yes, the profile I saw I would say, were consistent with the types of shapes that you see from a rifle bullet of that type.
And how powerful is an AK-type weapon?
The cartridge is known as I'm going to describe it in the metric term that it's usually given. It's a 7.62 millimeter by 39 cartridge. What that amounts to is it's a 30 caliber bullet, but it's in a cartridge case that's shorter than a typical hunting rifle. It is what we would call an intermediate cartridge, which is to say that a high-powered rifle, a rifle that would be used for killing large game or shooting at long distances, it usually has a much larger cartridge case. It might be the same caliber, but it won't have as much. It'll have more powder than what's in the intermediate cartridges. Likewise, handgun cartridges typically have a lot less power, and the cartridge cases are smaller and they have less force. So comparing the two, the intermediate rifle cartridge is more powerful than, say, a handgun cartridge or something that would be fired in a submachine gun. But it is less powerful than a rifle cartridge that might be used by a hunter or were used in the military, say, in the first half of the 20th century.
And then do you know anything about bullets themselves?
Yes, specifically?
Yeah, explain to the jury what a full metal jacket bullet is.
Oh, yes. A fully jacketed bullet or full metal jacket bullet has whatever the core is made out of. Usually it's lead. And surrounding that is an entire jacket, which we call it, basically a coating of a harder metal, such as copper, in some cases steel. And typically the analogy for this is you have a heavy but soft lead center and a more rigid exterior. I like to think of a hard-boiled egg, for example. The jacket is the kind of the outer shell, and the core is the larger mass that's inside. It's softer and is more likely to deform than the jacket. Jacketed bullets basically been used for over 100 years because if you take a soft metal like lead and shoot it down the barrel fast enough, the energy of the friction and from the power can eventually cause that lead to start to liquefy, start to vaporize more in the barrel of the gun. So to have higher velocities, you need to have a jacket surrounding the lead. That's typically and historically how the jacketed bullets have been formed. A fully jacketed bullet is one that usually ends at a point or a tip and doesn't have any kind of hollow point or other feature to it to cause it to expand on impact.
So let me ask you, you were asked to do an evaluation in this case, correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the case number, case name?
Not off the top of my head, I could probably refresh my notes, my recollection with my notes in this.
Sorry, may I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's several reports there. I just want you to refresh your recollection about the case you worked on.
Yes, each case that's assigned in our system is given a unique laboratory number, for example, or case number. This one was 2023-702235.
And you remember is there a subject, a defendant?
Yes, defendant, well, the name associated in our report is George Kelly.
And you reviewed some items that were sent to you, right?
Yes, several items.
And we're going to talk about the gun. You reviewed an AK-47?
Yeah, it's technically a WASR 10, WASR 10. That's the exact model number by the manufacturer, but it's basically a semi-automatic AK-type rifle.
I'm going to get you some gloves. You have gloves up there?
Yes.
Aaron, permission for the witness to put gloves on and take a look at Government Exhibit 101. Aaron, go ahead when you put gloves on. Come on down to the table in the center of the well.
Can do.
That big long box is Government Exhibit 101. So you want to open that lid for me? It's already been admitted. You recognize that weapon?
Yes, I recognize the firearm and also verifying that there's nothing in the chamber, there's no ammunition with it, so if I'm asking that, it will be in a safe condition.
So Aaron, you mind if I talk from behind your back, dude?
Not at all.
Okay. You recognize that weapon as the weapon that you analyzed in this case?
I do. I recognize my initials on the tag through the trigger guard.
All right, and can you just take it out for me, Aaron?
Sure.
And walk us through how you do the functionality and safety evaluation. Not the functionality, that's a different question, but the safety and operability. Walk us through what you do when you look at a gun like that.
This type of firearm, this particular rifle, has one manual safety on the outside. It's a large lever that I'm touching right here that essentially blocks the sear mechanism on the inside. There's a separate safety that is part of the internal mechanism that has to do with how the action cycles and locks up. I'm able to evaluate those in the laboratory by manipulating the action, testing the trigger with the safety in multiple positions, and observing the internal parts through the opening here that I can see by removing the dust cover and examining them without it, so I can see the internal operations function.
And in your evaluation of that weapon, did that gun appear to be function? You know what I'm trying to find. Is it functioning appropriately?
Yes, the firearm was functioning normally. The safety features were working. The only thing I noted was that the dust cover appeared to be a little bit loose, but there was nothing about that impacted the way the firearm works.
Is there, I'm going to mess this up, is there a P scope or a P, something to do about the viewing of aiming the weapon? Does that sound familiar?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to in the scope.
Not a scope, but how you aim the weapon. Can you adjust?
Oh, I think I know what you're referring to. Yeah, there's a sighting system. These rifles have a sighting system here, often called a ladder sight. It has a series of positions that if you are shooting at a farther target and you want the firearm to still hit the target, you will use a different setting on the sight so that the angle of elevation of your barrel is higher when the sights are aligned on the target. This sight has a couple of positions. Its numbers go from 1 to 10, but P is sort of the rear position. And I don't know exactly what P stands for, but in these types of firearms, that's often referred to as what's called a battle sight, and it's essentially a approximately 300-yard position.
And you can put that weapon back down, Aaron,
Okay.
in the box. And there's a few other items in the box, Aaron. It's already been admitted part of the, is there a flashlight and duct tape?
Yes, there's a flashlight. There's some, looks like wide duct tape. This appears to have come off of the front portion of the firearm at some point, prior to packaging. There's tape residue on that same portion forward of the handguard. There's also the envelope that contains the test fires that I generated during my shooting of the firearm.
That's going to be my next question. Can you go ahead and take the envelope and return to your seat? I think there's some scissors up there for you too, if you return to your seat up there. There's some scissors up there?
I found them, yes.
Before you open that, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, these are the test fires that I generated. I put them in an envelope with the markings from the firearm, and my initials appear on the package as well.
So just so we understand, this test fires you used with this weapon at the DPS lab.
That's correct. And to clarify, typically we retain test fires from ammunition that we provide to shoot the firearms. In this case, because there was a need to use the ammunition that was collected with the firearm, the fired cartridge cases, because they were originally evidence, are returned as evidence as well.
So just for you, where do those rounds come from?
These came from other ammunition that was recovered with this firearm and submitted to the laboratory.
Okay, go ahead and open. And just for the record, I think 101 collectively was admitted, but we can make a specific record. 101.1, referring to the shell casings, moved to admission the shell casings spent, used by Aaron in his forensic review.
No objection.
All right, so what we marked as 101.1 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it, and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
You want to take one of those out and show the jury for us?
Certainly. There are 10 inside. I'll pull one out. I'm holding it here. It's a typical 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridge case. It's gray in color, but it is made of steel, and the gray is just a polymer coating to keep the steel from rusting. This particular one is listed as number 2. So of the series I shot, this would have been the second one.
All right, Aaron, I won't put that back in the envelope so we just keep things separate. I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 103. I want you to keep those separate from each other, okay, Aaron?
Certainly.
We'll wait for a sec. On Government Exhibit 103 to 106, is that what the envelope says?
Sorry, I'm looking for your exhibit number. Yes. State Exhibit 103 through 106.
Go ahead and take out, there's individual envelopes. You can take out, doesn't matter which one. Close your eyes and pick one out of there. And tell me which one you picked out.
I removed all 4. I'm just going to put 3 of them back for the time being. The one I have here is Exhibit 105.
105. Go ahead and take 105 out and put it on top of the witness stand where you're at. Just put the envelope next to it, just so we don't get these confused. And then, can you take one of your one of the ones you used, and put it side by side?
Yes, I can. Is that close enough?
Sure. Are they the same?
Yeah, essentially, they are the same manufacturer and have the same head stamp markings, which is how the manufacturer of the ammunition marks the individual cartridges.
Thank you, Aaron. Now let's correctly put them back in the appropriate envelopes.
And for what it's worth, when we examine these in the laboratory, we do mark the inside of the cartridge case as well with a scribe that we can see under a microscope. So if the table gets knocked over, we can sort out what was taken from which envelope.
Can you put the 103, 106, can you put those together so I can take those away from you so we don't
Yes.
cross?
Here you go. Thank you.
Just so I have it on the record, you still have 101.1 up there.
I do, and it has not been marked such, so.
Yeah, this hasn't been marked yet. All right, also, you looked at the safety of the weapon, the functionality of the weapon, and now we're talking about the operability of the weapon, right?
Yes, and once you've cycled the firearm sufficiently in the laboratory to see how it's functioning without ammunition, the next step is to actually load ammunition and test fire it. Because the firearm was working in all respects, and just to clarify the sequence, I also knew that I was going to be asked to do a certain type of testing for the ejection pattern to evaluate where those cartridge cases go when they come out of the gun. I decided to combine the efforts. That's why I have 10 test fires, and they were test fired at a range where I can record their locations after they came out of the gun, where they landed. And then I use those test fires for my comparison purposes as well.
And when you received the test ammo, did you receive that did you receive just 10, or did you receive a package?
I believe I received a package that had several magazines loaded with ammunition.
And you fired the weapon, right?
Yes, and because part of my goal was to take note of where the cartridge cases landed after they were fired, I had some assistance. I stood at a flat range, fired from my shoulder height, which is approximately 5 feet, to a distance, level distance at a range. And for each shot fired, the cartridge case was subsequently marked, and its location where it first impacted and then where it bounced was documented as well.
All right, we're going to go over that in a sec. But I'm
Sure.
going to show you Government Exhibit 135. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Right.
Can you go ahead and cut that open for me?
Sure.
And do you recognize any writing on top of that box?
I believe so. I think I see I'm not sure if I see my initials. There they are. Yep.
Can you go ahead and open it? I'm not looking to publish, but go ahead and open it and see what's inside. You recognize what's inside?
I do.
What's inside?
Several magazines for this particular rifle, or that would fit this particular rifle. I can see on them there are my initials and numbers for those magazines as I designated them when I inventoried them in the laboratory.
Is that the same type of magazine that you used to test fire this weapon?
Yes, I used one of these for that purpose as well.
You're going to move to admit Exhibit 135, which is Item 5JA into record. Into evidence to me.
Could we go on the headset real quick, Judge?
Testing. So I have that. We're back up. Testing. Okay. Now I need to get my audio and video done. Are they still? Are they still on? Okay, they still got headsets on. So thank you so much for being so patient. I lost audio, but always do the first things first, and that's do a reboot, and that's what I did. Oh. So anyway, they're coming back, I think. Yep, I got audio.
In the box there, you got one of those magazines, right?
Sorry, would you repeat that?
One of those magazines in the box was used to test fire the weapon.
Nervous.
That's correct. There was I used the smallest one. It
Okay.
contained 10 rounds, and I removed them and then used it for my test firing purpose.
Do you have it? Is it visible inside that box?
I could certainly get it out. I might have to open the inner package, and the ammunition has been returned to it. So if you wanted me to use it, I may need to unload it first.
Yeah. Can you unwrap that bag inside there and take out the one that you actually used?
I can do that.
Okay. And based upon conversation with defense counsel in the court, I'm gonna move to admit that one magazine, Your Honor, that he used, the small one. And we'll call it 135.1. And we'll rebox it in a different box.
All right, so assuming he identifies it, you can move for its submission.
Actually, unfortunately, this particular magazine does not have any ammunition in it right now. It's completely empty, and it's the one that I used.
Okay, well, so go ahead and, you have it out?
I do. I have
You
it.
recognize it?
I do.
Move to admit Government Exhibit 135.1.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, 135.1, it's anticipated it'll be marked with that number. 135.1 is admitted.
Yeah, put the rest in there, and just so you can put the flaps down and stuff, and you can move that out of your way. So, do you have the small magazine still out?
I do. It's right here.
Oh, you want to publish it for the jury?
I can do that. This is a 10-round magazine for that particular type of rifle. And I also recognize my initials and the number 7. There were a total of 7 magazines in the package. One was from a pistol. The other 6 were varying sizes and types for the rifle. And this is one of them. And this is the one that I used.
And the spent shell casings that you used from that magazine, did they match the same manufacturer and type from the shell casings that were recovered on site?
That is correct.
Let's talk about the gun operability. So when you tested that weapon, walk us through, like, is it a firing range inside the DPS facility? Walk us through.
We do have a facility like that, but as I mentioned earlier, because I wanted to capture the ejection pattern, I had to do it at an outdoor facility where there was much more room, and we have one available to us. And so that range, I basically positioned myself at a fixed location that I could mark and then do measurements from. I fired the gun at my shoulder height level into the berm at approximately 100 some yards, and then keeping the same point of impact and recording the location of the fired cartridge cases as they came out of the gun, first where they initially hit and then where they came to rest after bouncing. That was how I was able to collect all 10 of the cartridge cases and collect their information on where they landed.
And so did you fire at targets?
Not specifically target, but I picked a spot on the berm that I could reliably aim at consistently.
Right, can I retrieve the reports I handed to you up there?
Yes.
The reports? And I'm just gonna do some housekeeping real quick. Can you place 135.1 in that bag?
This magazine?
Yeah. Is there a pen up there for you?
I do not see one.
No, you have a Sharpie. You list out 135.1 on there. Put your initials on it. We'll have Detective Ianza seal it up when we're done here.
Okay. All I did is put 135.1 and I put my initials right after that.
Okay. Oh, I was going to click the report.
Would you like me to seal this now or wait for later?
Do you tape?
I do not.
We can do it. You guys are getting stuff ready here.
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. I have tape sealed the item and put my initials and ID number on across the tape.
Thank you. I'm going to show you with some of the photographs from your report. I'm just going to show you the photographs. I'm going to show defense counsel what's been marked as government exhibit 12.1.
Well, I'm guessing that you're about to go into kind of the details of his findings. So maybe it's better we start that after lunch. Is that all right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to stay here and talk to the lawyers about some issues in the case. We'll have you back after lunch. I'll excuse you for lunch. We'll take a break from now until 1:30. We'll recommence with the testimony at 1:30. And I'll excuse the jury and I'll stay in the courtroom.
Rise before.
Okay, guys, I haven't shared this with anybody, but I'm applying for college right now. I know, y'all. I'm going to have to call them.
You can have a seat. The records show the absence of the jurors' counsel and the defendant are present. All right, just before we break for lunch, just want to talk a little bit about the planned proposed visit to the alleged crime scene. We're about 48 hours away from when that'll happen, if it's going to happen. Is there some kind of, well, you mentioned that there are 12 locations that the parties have agreed to at the residence where you've agreed the jurors will go and look at those various locations in addition to traveling to the border. Is there some kind of, like a key that you would have, a map that's associated with a map that would I could see so that I know what the 12 things are and how you've labeled them?
Sure, we haven't created that yet, but we were just going to do number 1, label, number 2, label,
Right.
and that was it.
All right, if you just do, anything like that in any format, I don't care, just so I know what the 12 things are. And is that all? There were some, you were still, had some areas of disagreement. I didn't think they were very major, but has that all been resolved as to them?
I don't think we had a disagreement.
I don't think there's any disagreement about the 12 placards, John.
Okay. And in terms of the visit to the border, Deputy Martinez has gone out there and looked at what would be involved in transporting the jurors to the border. It can be done, as we've heard throughout the testimony, there's no road directly from the ranch to the border, but he says there are obviously a spider web of roads out there, and it took about 15 or 16 minutes from the residence.
From the house to the border.
Yeah, so he tracked out a route that would involve us taking the jurors on a drive about 15 or 16 minutes to the border using some of these roads. Is there any problem with that?
No objection, Your Honor.
No.
All right. Finally, I try to anticipate things, and we heard and we saw some photographs that were taken, and Detective Bunting testified to about Detective Barba in the distance. It would not surprise me if when we're out there, the jurors would tell us, although I don't really anticipate having any dialogue with them, but it would not surprise me if the jurors would tell us that they want to try to recreate something like that. And I'm sure that wasn't part of the 12. That wasn't one of the 12 locations of having someone stand there, right? Anyway, think about that because, it wouldn't surprise me if that came up. And I'd like to have some discussion about it before we go out there so that we have a plan to deal with that eventuality if it happens. Fair enough. And if there's anything else you can think of that might come up, let's try to anticipate it and deal with it ahead of time. Okay? All right. In the meantime, we are internally here working on some of the logistics of this, but I'm hoping that all that works out. But if it works out, the plan would be Thursday afternoon, after lunch, we gather the jurors up, there's a special van, and they'll be transported separately there, and we do it at that time. All right?
Sounds good.
Just to clarify, we're going to have morning court on Thursday.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay? Well, talk to your lawyers.
Judge, I
Your
volunteer.
client's raising his hand, so I don't want him to say something unless he talks to you first.
I just wanted to volunteer the skeleton if we put camo on him. Sorry.
Well, as long as we all agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all we have here.
Okay, all right, great. We're in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Judge, he just wanted to apologize for the phone going off. He wasn't expecting that.
Aw, that's so kind. Okay, guys. So what is not complete on my application? I am wrong year, people. I am applying for college, y'all. And it is nerve-wracking. No. Okay, what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to skip ahead to the next session, which will be the afternoon session. I haven't heard anything new, guys. I'm sorry, I haven't had the aha moment. I haven't had the aha moment. I haven't had the aha moment. Let's go back down here. We're going to go to 9. There we go. Let's play. They coming back from lunch. Exit full screen. We're going to share this screen. Okay, we're back from lunch. So if I'm looking off, I'm listening, but I'm also applying for college. I want to get a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. God help me. I'm a little nervous about this. So let's fast forward this a little bit. The witness
Continue.
on the stand.
Government exhibit
There we go.
135.1. The exhibit was 135 and the small magazine 135.1.
I believe so. This is the one that we looked at earlier, correct? Yes.
All three sets, are they all from the same manufacturer?
Yes, all the ammunition that I encountered in all my exhibits associated with this case were Wolf manufactured ammunition.
And the ammunition that was in government exhibit, that is government exhibit 101.1, the shell casings that you used versus the shell casings found on scene. Could you tell if they were fired from the same gun?
You mean the fired ones that were found at the scene?
And yours, fired ones?
Yes, they were all fired from the same gun. And for the record, let me correct one thing. There was one magazine for a handgun with different handgun ammunition. I'm excluding that when I say everything else was the same.
Okay. We're going to talk about ejection patterns. And I forgot to grab a photo. So we're shifting off to ejection patterns. Did you conduct an ejection pattern test in this case?
Yes, I fired a total of 10 rounds at an outdoor range with ample room to show where the cartridge cases would come to rest after they were fired.
And this is where we left off. I made a copy for counsel. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Granted.
This is going to be newly marked State 12.5. What I did, Aaron, is from your report, I culled out of there the photographs relating to the ejection pattern. You recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do. I took these photographs at the range the day I did the ejection pattern testing.
you remember when when you did the ejection pattern testing?
I don't recall the exact date. Apologize.
Would your report help you refresh?
It may, yeah. Thank you.
I've got 4 other reports here. Would you want them all?
Actually, I was just looking at the chain of custody. All this work was done approximately at the same time. It would have been last summer. I'm just not sure if I can pinpoint the exact date I went to the range and fired these specific specimens.
Summertime of 2023?
Correct, yes.
All right. Move to admit Government Exhibit 12.5, which is the photographs from his report.
No objection.
12.5 is admitted.
Thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm going to first show you Government Exhibit 34. Image 4438. You recognize that photo? This has already been admitted. You recognize that photo, Aaron?
I believe I've seen that before. It was a photo from the scene showing the location of recovered cartridge cases.
Would that be, when you say recovered cartridges, would that be like indicative of an ejection pattern on scene?
It would be related to that, possibly, yes.
All right. I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 12.5. I'm going to show you first image, 12.5. I'm going to mark it as 12.5A. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is a photograph showing the initial setup of the grid I was attempting to use for my ejection pattern testing. The red cone that you can see on the left edge of that image would be directly where I was standing for the test firing. The line formed between the green and the yellow, between the red, that line is essentially the line of which I was aiming the rifle for all of the shots I fired. If you look at the top of the image, you can see the berm that was, I can't recall the exact range, but it was about 100 yards or more. And so I picked a spot on that berm for a consistent aiming point for the duration of the test firing. Cartridge cases that were ejected from the rifle would have gone to the right and slightly forward, and later photos that I think we're about to see document those locations as well.
And you can draw on that screen.
Oh.
And so can you just circle where you were standing?
Perfect, yes, I would have been standing here and firing in this direction, and the cartridge cases were generally speaking landing here. And this is a line formed by a scale that I had set out before we started shooting so that I could have some measurements to work from.
And you can clear the bottom left will clear.
Got it. Thank you.
I'll show you the next photo. Is that a close-up photo?
Yes, this is again the same area, and it was before the test firing began.
What's the yellow object in there?
The yellow object, there's actually two. There's a second measuring tape, which is sort of this item here, and that's to do the vertical, or if I shouldn't say vertical, the other axis measurements, so how far forward or back the cartridge cases would go. There's already a measuring tape on the ground here. And then this is a container that has what we call placards. These are markers that basically have numbers on them. For each shot that I fired, I used a numbered marker to show where the cartridge case initially impacted and then a second numbered marker to show where it came to rest after final bounce. The idea being I can have two pieces of data for every shot that show the bounce on the hard surface and the locations of those cartridge cases and where they landed. The reason that would be relevant is if, for example, the scene had cartridge cases landing on grass or beach sand or someplace where they wouldn't bounce, the first set of data would be more relevant versus a hard surface where the second set of data is more relevant.
And you got someone with you, right?
Correct. I had an assistant as well.
And do you remember what that surface is?
It's basically a kind of a hard-packed earth, fairly solid.
I'll show you the next photo, photo number 3. What are we looking at there?
Sorry, I'm clearing his. This is essentially after the test firing has begun, and the individual cartridge cases have landed in the area denoted by the individual white placards that I was just describing. Now, you can't see them very clearly in this image, but I took close-ups showing those photos of the various impact sites. And for example, the first shot I fired, number 1 would indicate where it first hit, and number 2 would indicate where it came to rest. So I have a series of photos I took showing 1 and 2, then 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and so on, and collecting that information on a chart so that I could plot this later.
And that's the berm in the back you're talking about?
Correct, yes.
Image number 4?
This is just a close-up of where those placards are as a cluster. Doesn't show the origin point in the photo.
But we can start seeing ones, and we can start seeing numbers in there, right?
Correct. I think this is 13, if I'm reading the image correctly on the screen. I think there's,
the number 1?
I believe that's number 1, I believe.
Does this picture dictate where number 2 is at?
Don't believe so, but one of the reasons is the second set of numbers. So number 2 would be facing 90 degrees. I did that intentionally so I could take the photos from different perspectives and show the cluster in a different light. So right now we're seeing the initial impact. That's why these are all odd numbers.
Odd numbers show initial impact and facing the camera view on this.
Correct. I think I've got another image.
That's a
Yeah.
close-up?
Yep, this is a close-up showing again all the odd numbers. Even numbers would be ones like this one here, where the placard's 90 degrees, so you can't see the number on the placard at this point, but a photo taken from a different perspective would show it.
So each of the 10 rounds have got 2 numbers associated with them, right?
Correct.
Initial impact and resting spot.
Yes, that's correct.
Initial impact is odds, resting spot's even.
Correct.
Y'all, I just applied for college.
What are we looking at?
This would be from the perspective of where I was shooting, but
Going
because
back
it's
for
a
my
90-degree
bachelor's.
angle, now you're
I've
seeing
got
the
an
even numbers.
associate.
Here's 14, for example.
Can you see the number 2 now?
Number 12. I believe that's number 2, but it's a little fuzzy on the screen. I have other images that'll probably show it more clearly.
Another view of that?
Basically the similar photo.
I hated to have to step away for this for a little bit, but I had to get it done.
Correct.
today.
Showing all the evens.
I'm sorry.
Today.
Oh,
I
yeah,
did
showing
it.
all the even numbers.
And now you can see number 2 on there.
Monumentous moment for me.
Yeah, number 2 appears to be right there.
Can you tell, do you remember where number 1's at?
Momentous.
I don't recall, but I do have this diagrammed on a chart we could look at if we needed to. So here we see number 1 and number 2 relative to each other.
I'm done messing with it.
So for the first shot fired, it would have initially hit here and then bounced to that location and come to rest. It may have bounced once or twice or rolled, but at some point it first impacted the ground at the site where number 1 is, and it came to rest where number 2 is.
And this is not a memorization test. You fire one time and then someone measures.
Correct.
Okay. And you fire again and you measure again.
And I have these listed in my notes too. I took notes of these locations.
Another shot?
Yeah, so here would be 3 and 4, and that's the series of photos we're looking at now are all like that. So 3 has the initial impact, 4 has the final bounce position. And you'll see a trend for the most part is the cartridge case is moving one direction even when it hits and bounces, it normally continues that other direction before it comes to rest. There's always going to be the possibility for exceptions. If there was a big rock and the thing bounced into it, it might bounce a different direction. And there is some forward and backwards as well.
And you recall State Exhibit 101, the AK-47,
The rifle?
the rifle?
Yes.
Right, and which direction does the ejection happen on that rifle?
Essentially, it comes to the right and slightly forward. So as you're shooting the rifle, the cartridge cases will go anywhere between 10 and 30 feet to the right and approximately 5 feet forward as a group. But individual cartridges are going to land where they land. It's a not perfectly reproducible experiment.
And does it matter if right-handed shooter versus left-handed shooter with that AK-47, the ejection?
I don't believe so, unless for some reason the left-handed shooter is holding the gun in such a way that maybe their right arm is blocking the path of the cartridges. That's unlikely.
I'm right-handed, but I shoot left-handed. Just saying.
Close up of 5 and 6?
I
Correct.
do. Even with shotgun, I shoot
And
left-handed.
again, 5 and 6 are fairly close. So it didn't bounce very far in this case.
But that's not necessarily true with every single one. This is a random hit and rest spot thing going on.
Correct, and random's as good a description of this. I mean, it's going to have a pattern over time. If I did 20 or 30 or 40 shots, we might have a better picture. But essentially, this is a rough way to determine where the cartridge cases are going to go from where the gun is fired. Normally, we only do this for the purposes of finding out if the cartridge cases are where in the general vicinity of where they should be, or in some cases, if, say, the shooter's moving, you're going to see a different pattern that distinguishes itself from a stationary pattern like this.
And another shot with different numbers, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think 7 and 8, they're right there in the corner, and there's a few others maybe visible as well, 19 and 20.
9 and 10?
9 and 10. And you can see at cartridge case number
I'll have to
2
go
is
back and
visible.
look.
These were all left in sight, and then they were collected and
But
marked
is
as
he relying
they were
strictly on the
recovered.
photos, or did he physically
Can you
go
see the
there?
Cartridge in number 10?
It's not as easy to see, but it's right there. It's lined up against it.
Same thing. I'm going to go through these quick now. 11 and 12?
Correct.
13, 14?
Yep.
15, 16?
Yep. And again, there's nothing at 15 because that's the initial impact, and 16 is where it came to rest. So you can see a cartridge case sitting right there by the placard.
We kind of double dipped 19, 20 there too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
17, 18?
Correct.
And finally 19, 20.
Yep.
Last two images. What are we looking at on second to last image on Government Exhibit 12.5?
So as those cartridge cases were collected from the ground, I marked them 1 through 10 with a Sharpie on the outside of the cartridge case and collected them as one unit.
And those are the ones that are found in Government Exhibit 101.1, the gun case?
Correct. Oh, wait. Those are the ones that were packaged with the gun. Sorry, understood.
And that's the real rear photo of the round, right?
Yeah, these were all the same type. It's the Wolf brand of ammunition, and this is the nomenclature for the ammunition type, the cartridge, the 7.62 by 39 millimeter.
And looking at the ejection pattern, you earlier talked about finding agreement. Do you remember that? Your goal was to find agreement?
Yeah, or to look for disagreement if that's the case, just to see if there's a significant difference in the pattern shown by the actual cartridge cases and the pattern demonstrated at the scene from where they were recovered.
All right, I'm going to do two photos, interchange them so we can talk about them real quick. Government Exhibit 34, image 4438. You recall that photo?
I do.
And we're going to take a look at your Exhibit 12.5 as an out view image of the ejection pattern.
Yes.
Are these two, in your opinion, consistent?
They are, or more to the sense they're not inconsistent with each other. You might see differences in where, some of these are. I fired 10, there were, I believe, 8 in that last photo. But whatever the case, the patterns are not distinct from each other. I can't look at one and say it rules out the possibility of the other, for example. Now, if there was a whole line of cartridge cases that stretched out for 50 yards, that would be a distinction worth noting, and that would indicate something else, like perhaps the shooter was moving at the time the shots were fired.
And there are variables that go into the ejection pattern as you review it, right?
Yes, there are several. Yeah.
Like, what are some of the key variables that would change if I'm looking at the scene, the photo of the scene versus your testing? What are some of the variables that can change, like on the periphery, change some of the ejection results?
I would say maybe the biggest change would be a difference in ammunition type, and that still may or may not show a change that you can detect by doing different patterns. Something changing about the gun, if there was some alteration to the firearm, a spring replaced, something significant, that could be an issue. What's not likely to be an issue is using a different magazine. The magazine typically only affects the feeding portion of the cycle of fire, whereas the extraction and ejection portion doesn't involve the magazine in most guns most of the time. So there's going to be some things that could produce variables, but for the most part, we're looking at it. It's not a precise type of measurement. It's just showing generic patterns of where these things show up under circumstances. Another big variable would be if the firearm was, say, rotated 90 degrees, so that the ejection port, instead of facing the right, is facing straight up. Now, that would change the pattern significantly. It's an unusual way to hold a firearm like that, but that's a significant difference that you can see sometimes.
Would also the topography, the landscape, change how bullets bounce and come to rest?
Certainly. I mean, obviously, the surface of the range is its own specific surface. Other surfaces are going to be similar or different, but for the most part, no two surfaces are going to be identical.
And for the ejection pattern and for your testing, are you using generally accepted scientific methods?
Yes, and this is the kind of thing that we teach regularly in addition to using it in casework. When doing shooting reconstruction classes, which is one of the things I occupy my time with when I can, we try to demonstrate this to classes of students. That's one of the reasons we know about changes in those angles. If I hold the gun in a 90-degree orientation so that the ejection port is facing a totally different direction, that's going to make a significant change. If I were to change the inclination angle of, say, a firearm, that could change things a little bit, but it's less significant. So when we're doing these classes, we try to demonstrate big changes that are obvious. So someone holding a handgun, for example, pointing it straight ahead in this orientation is going to get one ejection pattern, whereas if they were to hold it sideways, it's going to get a different pattern.
All right, we're moving away from the gun now and the ejection pattern. You also did some testing on a jacket.
That's correct.
What kind of testing did you do on a jacket?
I was looking at the jacket to do two things. One, look for any of the presence of gunshot residues that would be indicative of the shot fired close to the garment, so at close range. And these are gunshot residues that are visible under the right set of circumstances, either particles of powder that you can see either visually or microscopically, or in some cases, actual residues of chemicals such as lead that will show up in large format when you can do a lead test on them. The second thing is to compare the defects seen on the jacket that are in consistent locations with the wounds described by the medical examiner, and to look for lead residues that are present as the bullet passes through. To be specific, bullets typically pick up a lead residue every time they're fired down the barrel, and the first target they impact, if it goes through that surface, it will usually leave that residue behind. The term we use for this is called bullet wipe, and it's usually called that because if a person's wearing clothing and a bullet goes straight from the gun to hit them in the clothing, there will be this ring of this residue around the bullet hole that can be visible and can also be detected with the lead test that we use. So essentially, I was looking for both corroboration of the entry and exit point with these two holes to see if I could find a lead residue on the entry point, and also looking for any evidence of close range discharge around either of those bullet holes, such as particles of powder or visible residues or any of that lead residue that would have come out as a cloud.
So we have basically two things. when I fire a weapon, there's a cloud, like a mist, like a sneeze from the gun?
The sneeze is an excellent way to describe it. It's a collection of residues that will come out fairly close to the firearm and be deposited on objects or targets nearby. But then there's also residues that stick to the bullet and that are wiped off as soon as that bullet hits its first target. And that can happen in any range. And most commonly, if we had a clean garment that we shot at a long distance, I would have a nice round hole with this bullet wipe on one side indicating the entry side, and I would have a hole on the other side that doesn't have those residues, and that would be the exit side. And if it was at close range, there might also be residues around that entry hole as well.
Your permission, Your Honor, for Detective Ianza to come and open Government Exhibit 112.1, which has already been admitted. I'm going to approach Aaron on your report 12.1. You recall that image on 12.1?
I do, yes.
It's just a black and white, like a clip art with some red dots on it.
Yeah, it's a diagram of the front and back of a shirt or jacket meant to simulate the garment that I was looking at. And it had locations of the defects that were consistent with bullet holes, both in the garment itself and also matching the locations of the injuries in the autopsy.
Here, I'm gonna use it for demonstrative purposes only. That's this one image. Let me show counsel. May I publish for demonstrative purposes? All right. All right, I'm going to show you the little diagram. That's a diagram of what?
This is the diagram of the jacket I produced for my notes. One of the defects is here, kind of on the right side on the back, and the other defect is on the front side, just to the left of midline. And as I indicate in the summary of my results, I found no visible powder particles or residues. And the test, it's called sodium rhodizonate test for lead, was negative. So I found no traces of lead. So the way I interpret that combination basically is that it's inconclusive. That is to say, I can't confirm that those two holes are from a bullet hole because I don't have residues that indicate that directly. In the context, though, they appear to be bullet holes, and I have no independent way to corroborate or disagree with the medical examiner's assessment of entry versus exit.
But the question I've got for you is, we've got two categories, bullet wipe and bullet sneeze.
Sure.
Is there any bullet sneeze on the coat that you found?
No, I found no indications of close range residue at all.
And when you say close range, what are we talking about?
It's going to vary from gun to gun, but let's say, in a simple
GSR.
example, if you're 2 to 3 feet away, those residues are going to come out and produce a pattern. And it's going to vary based on the combination of firearm and ammunition, the velocities, other factors. But at those distances, you might likely see particles of powder, and if it's even closer, you might actually see residues that are visible, like sooting, other indications of close range discharge. If you're 20 feet away, it's unlikely you'll see any of that.
Your permission for Detective Ianza to take out 112.1 and lay it on the table? And Detective, can you lay it with the backside up? Permission for the witness to step down to identify. Aaron, you want to step on down? And since Detective's got the gloves on, Aaron, you want to identify, is this the same coat that you analyzed in your GSR testing?
Yes, I recognize it.
Sorry. You do recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Nope. Let me turn it on.
Yes, I recognize it.
Can you help identify, Detective Ianza, help him identify where the bullet hole
I can point to it.
Sure. Would you help him point to it? And Detective Enzo will help out.
I'll use a flashlight and light it up. There's a spot there. You can see the defect in the garment. Right there. Right there. And it's indicative of where it's marked on the actual diagram as well.
All right, and you want to identify on the front side for me? You want to hold it up?
Doing the same, I'm lighting up where the location of that bullet hole is here on the front left side, just left of midline.
Thank you. And you can take a seat again. Appreciate it. You can put that back in the bag. Thank you, Detective. And on that jacket and your results from the GSR, no bullet sneeze, but was there bullet wipe?
I didn't see any on either bullet wipe or bullet sneeze, as you called it.
What's that indicative of if there's no bullet wipe?
The lack of bullet wipe means, to me, in combination with the irregular size and shape of the holes, as well as the similarly irregular size and shape of the wounds photographed during the autopsy, it suggests to me that that bullet wipe was intercepted by some intermediate object. So that bullet struck one thing at least before hitting the actual garment and then the victim.
And now I'm shifting over a few more questions, shifting over to, and you testified you were not provided a bullet in this case to review.
That is correct.
If you know, was a bullet recovered in this case?
To the best of my knowledge, no bullet was recovered. That's not terribly unusual given an outdoor scene and a perforating gunshot wound that goes through the person.
That's not uncommon?
Under those circumstances, no.
And if there was a bullet enter and exit, but then recovered, are you able to determine if there is any DNA on there or match it to a gun?
I personally wouldn't be able to do a DNA analysis on it, but it's possible that a bullet that was recovered could contain DNA on its exterior surface from the person or whoever or whatever it passed through. Likewise, if the markings were of sufficient quality and were reproducing on the bullet, it's conceivable I could identify a fired and recovered bullet to the firearm, but neither is guaranteed.
And if outdoor setting, if a bullet hits the ground, does it impact the ability to do either one of those testings?
I can't speak directly to DNA, although I would assume a bullet striking the ground at sufficient velocity could have removed that DNA in that impact. But I can tell you the impact of that on the ability to identify a firearm could be significant. The effect of a bullet going through soil, for example, produces what's kind of resembles a sandblasting effect to the exterior of the bullet. Doesn't mean it can't be identified, but it would make it a little more challenging at least.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Okay. If I'm too quiet, let me know. I've been told. Okay. I just want to talk, first of all, about some of these factors that can influence the shell casing distribution while you're testing, okay?
Sure.
Is one of those factors, you mentioned ammunition type, right? That's a factor that can influence the way shell casings are distributed?
It can, and I guess when I would say that is if you had two different brands of ammunition with two different types of charges or power levels, those are things that could possibly cause a difference in the ejection patterns. Also possible that they wouldn't, but there's no way to know without actually doing the testing on the two variables.
And the position that the weapon's held when it's being fired, that can influence where the shell casings are distributed, right?
That is correct.
along with the movement of the weapon during firing, if there's any movement during firing, right?
Yes, and if the movement is subtle, like a few feet here or there, in a case of ejection pattern like we've seen today, I don't think you would notice anything. The movement would have to be substantial enough to change the pattern significantly. So if the pattern is a distribution of, say, 20 feet by, say, 10 feet, which is approximately right, you would have to have movement that exceeds those types of numbers before you'd ever start to see it in an injection pattern.
Another factor would be how tightly the weapon is held during firing, right?
I'm not certain that it's a possibility, but it would probably depend on the firearm. Some firearms, I think, are more susceptible to movement in the hand than others. A rifle, especially a heavy rifle that's gas operated like this one, I think is less likely to have that effect, but it is a possibility.
And certainly the type of terrain where the shooting occurs can influence shell casing distribution as well, right?
Yes, I would say is a very significant factor, because whether or not the cartridge cases bounce at all, and if so, how far, and depending on the type of terrain, it could change their directions dramatically in terms of which direction they go. They may not always continue to bounce in the same direction they were headed. They could bounce in a totally different direction.
Exactly.
And so different kinds of surfaces are going to have different types of shell casing distributions on them, correct?
It's certainly possible, yes.
So, if you
So
have a gravel
concrete
versus wood-
surface is going to be very different than wet grass, for example,
Absolutely.
because things won't bounce off of the wet grass, but they will bounce off of concrete.
Yeah, I use grass and beach sand as the type of surfaces that typically you wouldn't expect any kind of bounce, because it's the
Or
first
minimal.
initial
I have
landing
seen
is
minimal.
cushioned by the stuff
Sorry,
that's hitting.
I have seen
And like you said,
bouncing
a-
minimal on
a
grass.
really rigid, solid, non-yielding surface like asphalt or something, or pavement, is likely to cause a bounce.
And certainly the presence of obstacles in the area is going to potentially affect distribution as well, right?
That's very correct.
So if there's foliage or rocks or other things that the shell casings can bounce off of, that could change things, right?
Certainly, and other objects too, like a wall or any large object that a cartridge case will hit and bounce off of.
So the plant
What
that
about the
was next
stance
to
of the
it.
shooter? Does that have any effect on the shell casing distribution?
Yes.
Without getting more specific, I would say usually not. The height of the shooter could be a factor, and if the
the
person were,
guns up
say,
and down?
crouching versus standing, that could also have some impact.
So that's what I'm getting at. I think you said that you fired this rifle yourself, correct?
Correct.
And so you were standing when you fired it, right?
Yes,
And so you bring it up to your shoulder height, right?
correct. And I measured that at approximately 5 feet.
But a different person who's taller or shorter, that weapon will be at a different height, correct?
Correct. And the cartridge cases would start from a different height in that circumstance. Correct.
And certainly if the shooter were in the prone position, the weapon's very low to the ground in that case, right?
That's
Correct.
correct also.
Versus standing versus kneeling or sitting, right?
In a tree, on a roof, there's lots of variables that could affect that, and height is one of them, yes.
How does height affect the shell casing distribution?
Again, it would be probably the magnitude of the height. I think someone who's a foot taller or shorter, you're going to see a negligible change. If someone were, say, standing on a 2-story building versus standing on the ground, that's the kind of change I would expect to maybe see a difference. And I say maybe because even then, without doing the experiment, there's no way to be certain. It could be that the patterns would be similar.
What about prone versus standing? Is that negligible, or is that something that you would expect to see a difference?
I think it's probably between the two. Standing, if you're 5 feet versus prone and you're right off the ground, that could show a difference. But again, without doing the experiment, it's hard to know for sure.
And so if you were to test something like that, or if you had a question, was this weapon fired in the prone position versus standing, for example, would you basically just fire the weapon a whole bunch of times from a certain height and then fire it again from a lower height and see what differences there are in shell casing distribution?
That's exactly how I would test that question. And whatever my expectations, I would measure them against the data. But if there was a difference that I could measure or reliably distinguish between the two, then I would say it's determinable. I wouldn't expect it to in that specific example necessarily, but again, without doing the test, I can't be certain.
What background information were you given about this case prior to doing testing, if any?
Not a whole lot, mostly that it was an outdoor scene. I got no information specifically about the orientation of the rifle, just the number of shots that were fired. And I don't believe I saw the pattern of cartridge cases before I did my testing. It didn't really require that I have foreknowledge of that. I think I only compared the two after the fact.
And when you fired this weapon, you only did one test, is that correct?
That is correct. I only fired 10 shots for that purpose.
Okay, and those were the photographs we saw, that's where the shell casings bounced on that one occasion where you fired 10 shots, correct?
Correct.
And so you only tried that one magazine, right?
That's correct.
You didn't try other magazines to see if that would make a difference, right?
No, but based on my knowledge of the firearm mechanics, the magazine's not likely to be a variable in this case.
Is that true even if the magazine's made out of a different material, for example, plastic versus metal, that doesn't make a difference?
I would say no, and in this case, the real factor is the mechanics of the firearm. As that extraction and ejection part of the cycle of fire is occurring, the magazine's really not involved. Now, there are some exceptions. I've seen examples of at least one handgun I can think off the top of my head where the magazine's presence does interact with the cartridge case during that part. But most firearms don't do it. To the best of my knowledge, the AK in this particular firearm does not involve that.
And you didn't receive any information about any witness statements in this case, right?
I don't recall any witness statements, at least not when I was doing my work. I may have heard talk about them after the fact.
Okay. And you weren't told, for example, one person in this case claims that he was firing shots in an upward direction. You weren't told that, right?
Not that I know of, no. Not that I can recall.
And you weren't asked to do any testing with this rifle aimed in an upward direction, right?
That is definitely correct.
Okay. But what you're saying also is that you can do that testing, right?
It's possible, and it would depend on the angle in question and having some knowledge of that. For example, if I was told the rifle was fired, say, at a 30-degree angle because the shots that were fired were hitting a certain place and somebody measured that angle, that would give me some specificity to test. But without that kind of information or a request for something specific, I would have to know, I guess I would have to have some reason to test it at a different angle and know what that would be.
So if somebody were to tell you in this case, we have a dispute. One person says this weapon was aimed straight, and another person says this weapon was aimed in an upward direction. Could you help us out? Could you tell us, could you do some testing to try to determine if you can come to an opinion about that?
Possibly. It would be possible to do testing at a different angle and compare the data set from the work that we've already seen and that new data set at a different angle. I would have to do it under conditions that were specified, so I'd have to have an idea what angle to test and keep that angle consistent. There's some logistical difficulties too, because on a flat range, if I'm shooting level, I can shoot into the berm without any risk of bullets leaving the range. If, on the other hand, I'm shooting at some upward angle, I would have to have a facility or a set of circumstances that would make that safe. But theoretically, it could be tested. Then the other question would be, if I did that testing and had the data sets, would they be different enough from each other to make a distinction?
I would believe so.
I suspect not, depending on the scenario, but without testing, I can't be certain.
And they could be different enough to be able to make an opinion.
All right, that's it. I'm going to go out to a ranch where I know nobody's there for miles. I'm going to do my own test. I will be the only one there, no one for miles, way down in a valley. It's safe, and I'm going to do my own test.
That's a possibility, right?
It's possible, and they would have to be different enough in the test conditions to be distinguishable. And then once that determination, if it could be made, was made, then we would have to consider the variables of the scene and where things were located. So even if I could do it in a test environment, I might not be able to turn around, look at the scene, and make that distinction in a practical scenario.
Sure. But if you were provided that information, you'd be able to do those tests, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And that would involve probably firing a number of shots at a straight angle, right? Seeing one pattern and maybe replicating that to get multiple data points. Does that make sense?
Well, essentially, that's what I did in the testing that we've talked about today. If you wanted me to test, say, a different angle, I would have to know what that angle is. I'd have to have a question with that angle in mind. I'd have to devise a circumstance where I could do that angle safely and collect the data, and then look at that data.
Okay. And nobody asked you to do that test, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned doing some testing of clothing, specifically the coat that we looked at. Did anybody ask you to test a backpack?
No.
Did anybody mention a backpack to you?
Not at any point during the testing and the work I was doing, no.
And I just want to be clear. You talked about that, I'm not sure if it was bullet wipe or bullet sneeze. I don't think that's the technical term, but I guess sort of dust or residue that comes out of a weapon when it's fired that will stop after a short range.
Yeah, I would say close range gunshot residues that are indicative of the muzzle being very close to the target. And very close is a non-specific term because every gun and ammo combination can be different. And then there's the residues that are present on the bullet that will interact with that first thing hit by that bullet.
I was just going to ask you what very close means. Can you give us an estimate or a ballpark? What does it mean to be very close?
Again, I think the example I tried to use earlier was about 2 feet is close enough to start to look for residues and expect to see them. But again, that varies from gun and ammunition combinations.
And that varies from
Typically, rifles will
expert
throw
witness.
residues a little farther because the velocities are a little higher. But again, there's high-speed handguns too. So, but at distances, say 10 or 20 feet, I wouldn't expect to see residues of that type.
So basically anything from 10 feet away or further with a rifle, you're not expecting to see that kind of residue.
That's a reasonable summation, yeah.
So if there is no residue, your logical conclusion is this shot was fired from at least 10 feet away or possibly further, right?
That is a reasonable conclusion, although, to be fair, any intermediate object could intercept those residues. So it's hypothetically possible a shot was fired close, but the residues were intercepted by an intermediate object. And I don't mean anything substantial, something that a bullet can make its way through, but that those residues can't pass through.
Like a backpack, for example?
Possibly, yes.
So you could see residue on a backpack, but not on the clothing that's underneath the backpack.
I would think possibly, yes.
And if somebody were wearing a backpack when they got shot, in the general area where the backpack is, you'd probably want to test the backpack, right?
Certainly for the same purposes, I might want to at least look at the backpack for any defects, and then if there's a defect, proceed as I did with the garment to see if there's any residues.
But nobody asked you to do that, right?
That's correct.
I think you were asked a couple of questions about the wound that you observed in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so, yes.
And I believe you stated that the wound is irregular, which indicates that the bullet is not stable when it impacts the person, right?
Correct.
And you believe that could possibly be due to an intervening object, or the bullet hitting an intervening object before hitting the person, right?
That scenario would explain the bullet instability and also the lack of a bullet wipe on the entry side.
That's one scenario, right?
Correct.
And then could another scenario be that the weapon that fired the shot that hit this person, when the bullet leaves that weapon, it is in yaw?
It's possible. It's an uncommon phenomenon for a bullet not to a firearm not to successfully stabilize the bullet, but it does happen in some cases, either with a mismatch of ammunition or a firearm that has some kind of defect to it. But that wouldn't explain the lack of bullet wipe, and the bullet wipe not being present basically means the most likely scenario is that this bullet struck something on its way between the gun and hitting the garment.
Is there always bullet wipe the first time a bullet impacts an object?
I don't want to ever say always, because there's probably some exceptions that I'm not thinking of, but in most cases it is.
The first time a bullet impacts an object, I'm just trying to understand the extent of the bullet wipe scenario. So if it hits an object, could there still possibly be that residue on the bullet even after it hits an intervening object? In other words, could a bullet leave bullet wipe in more than one place?
It is possible. The most likely scenario for that to occur is usually when you have a bullet that is not jacketed. And what I mean by that is the bullet wipe is a residue, a dark residue that consists mostly of lead and material of that type that's basically coating the inside of that gun barrel shot after shot. A lead bullet, though, it will move through multiple objects, and that initial bullet wipe might be from the residue, but subsequent bullet wipes would be from the lead itself just being scraped off. So it's an experiment we do sometimes to show the difference. But even in that case, that lead wipe residue from a lead bullet, for example, would show up on the inside of the garment, not the outside usually.
Just going back to the wound real quick, I believe you said that the wound that you observed could be consistent with an AK-47, right?
Certainly, a 30 caliber rifle bullet, it looks consistent with that.
And could it be consistent with other types of weapons?
Yes, this is not an exact measurement. In most cases, you can't really determine caliber directly from a bullet wound. The skin is elastic and has those other properties that don't reproduce the exact dimensions of the bullet. But based on what I saw, size and shape, it did seem to fit what a bullet in yaw from a 30 caliber rifle would produce.
And what other types of weapons could produce the wound that you saw?
I would say any 30 caliber rifle or something close.
What about handguns?
I don't want to say no. Certainly there are handgun combinations that probably could produce that type of wound. I would say it's consistent with what we saw, but it could be consistent with a large number of other possibilities, rifles and handguns too.
Got it. Do you know if the AK-47 or AK-style rifle, I think you called it because it encompasses more than just actual AK-47s, is that a common type of rifle?
Yes, very common.
How common is very common?
I guess I'll contextualize it to the Southwest. I would say if I walk into a gun shop, I'm likely to see one or more available for sale.
And same question about the ammunition. Is that a common type of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
We talked about the bullet in yaw. Can that be caused by just a weapon that's dirty or has some wear and tear on it?
I wouldn't say dirty. You would have to have significant wear and tear to the point that it's, I would say, semi-permanently altered so that it's no longer doing the job of stabilizing the bullet. Most likely scenario would be some kind of damage or defect at the muzzle. But even in cases like that, they don't always produce that sort of bullet and yaw.
Did you do any testing on this rifle regarding the point of aim or point of impact? Did you do anything with that?
I didn't personally do that, although I did aim the rifle during my testing, and I saw it more or less shooting to point of impact at the ranges of the berm.
And what's the range of the berm?
I don't recall specifically. It's approximately 100 to 200 yards, maybe somewhere in between. I apologize, I didn't prepare that measurement.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I was going to ask about the scene. You just saw photographs of the scene. Is that right? The shell casings on the scene?
That's correct.
Did you receive any specific measurements with respect to those shell casings?
Not that I recall. To the extent that I evaluated them, I looked at the pattern and their approximate displacements, but I didn't do anything really rigorous, if that's what you're asking.
So I guess my question is, how do you figure out whether or not the shell casing distribution at the scene is consistent with what you observed when you tested the rifle, if all you have of the scene is just a photograph?
Well, the photographs do have the same type of placards that we use, so there's a certain amount of standardization there. I don't recall specifically what measurements I did see that were part of the photograph or where things were, but this is not a precise type of measurement. This is not the kind of thing where if one pattern was 8.5 feet and the other was 9.5 feet, I would consider that a significant difference. There's enough variability in the data that I'm looking for something that's fairly obvious at quick glance because you're seeing big differences. It's a fair question, but to the extent that I'm trying to decipher a difference from the ejection pattern that I have and the ejection pattern at the scene, I'm looking for significant differences that show something like a source of the shooter moving or a completely different pattern.
And so you basically just do a visual comparison then?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, and you kind of looked at these two distributions and you said it's pretty close, it's seemingly close enough that they're consistent with each other? Is that
Correct.
fair
And
to say?
to be fair, if I reproduced my experiment, those 10 shots 5 times over, I would expect to see some variation between even trying my best to duplicate the results. I would expect, just based on the variation of shot to shot, that pattern to pattern, you're going to see some variation. The kind of thing that the measurements might look different but not be substantial.
And just to be clear, observing a shell casing distribution, even after you've done the testing of the rifle, and let's say you know which rifle it is that left these shells there, that'll just give you an approximate distance for where the shooter was standing. Is that right?
That's correct.
So from shell casings, you can tell the shooter's standing X distance away from these shell casings, right?
And I would use the word approximately at any point during that
Right.
description, yeah.
And then that approximate distance could be any radius around those shell casings, right?
Yes, and if I think I understand the nature of your question, if I have a pattern of cartridge cases in one location, there's theoretically a circle around that if you're pointing in the correct direction, you can produce a similar pattern.
And so you can't tell from a shell casing distribution alone which direction a person is firing, for example.
That is correct.
And you can't tell without doing specific testing whether they're aiming upward or straight. Is that right?
That's also correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Talked a little bit about left-handed versus right-handed shooters. I think you said that sometimes with a left-handed shooter, that can affect distribution if shell casings are hitting the person in the arm, right?
It's theoretically possible, and I think I've seen it on 1 or 2 occasions, but they would have to be the right combination. The ejection pattern would have to be throwing them directly into the shooter's arm. So if I'm shooting left-handed, I might be holding my arm like this, but unless the cartridge cases are going directly into the path of where my arm is, it wouldn't really affect anything. So
Well, you probably don't want your arm to get hit by shell casings, right? They're
correct.
hot. They're hot when they come out, right?
True.
So it doesn't feel good, especially if you're not wearing sleeves, for them to land on your arm, right?
That's completely fair, yes.
Do left-handed shooters make any adjustments to account for that? For example, do they tilt anything to try to make sure their arm doesn't get in the way?
It's possible. I think it really depends on if the need is there. And I guess when I naturally think of shooting in left-handed position, my arm is typically holding the front of the gun in such a way that it's bent at the elbow, so there's a natural path for cartridge cases to go through. Now, if I was holding the gun in a different orientation, farther out, maybe stiff-armed, these are circumstances that they're a little less common and less natural, but those are more likely to produce that type of impact.
And you weren't ever told in this case that we're dealing with a left-handed shooter, right?
I don't recall.
Just check my notes for 1 minute, Your Honor. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Real quick, Aaron, on the backpack, you recall you weren't asked to do anything on the backpack, right?
That's correct.
Someone else made a decision not to submit that to you. You would assume, right?
Of course, yes.
Let's talk about direction. So if I'm going to step out just a little bit. If I have a shooter who is shooting straight ahead, I've got an ejection pattern.
Yes.
And if my shooter aims the gun up a little bit to shoot over someone's head, would that ejection pattern be similar?
Using the term a little bit, I would expect it to be similar, and I'd be hard-pressed to give you a circumstance that I could define where it definitely would be different. Maybe straight up in the air, that would change things enough to see a difference. but I wouldn't assert that without doing a test first to see if that's the case.
So if I have a scenario, 115 yards away, a shot straight versus a shot 100 yards ahead, above their head, would that result in a significant change in ejection pattern?
I wouldn't expect it to.
And on cross, you testified that, I just want to make sure I understood that right, if someone is a foot difference in height, it wouldn't result in a significant change in ejection pattern.
Same answer. I really wouldn't expect it to. That's a subtler difference than what we're usually seeing.
And as far as the jacket goes, the GSR testing, do you remember Detective Barba being present?
Yes, I do.
And who is Detective Barba, if you remember?
I apologize. I'm really bad with names.
Detective Barba was one of the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's officers who brought the items up to you?
Correct. There were, I believe, 2 that day that handled the evidence and did the collection of the gunshot residue.
And how'd they collect the gunshot residue?
There's kits provided that have essentially a metal, it's called a stub. It's basically a device that goes into an electron microscope, and it's got a sort of a sticky tape or sticky material on one end of it. You essentially hold it and dab it against the surface to try to collect any of these residues. Now, these are not residues that I typically would analyze. These are analyzed by a third party, and they're primer residues that show up if they're close to a gunshot being fired.
And did Barbara do the dabbing?
Correct, yeah, around the garment, and also what's called I'm trying to use the term best, a collection blank, which means one of those stubs was opened and left open during the entire process, so that if there was any contamination in the environment where it was being done, that would show up in that blank.
Do you know, were you there if Detective Barbara then took those samples and mailed them off to somebody?
Yes, I was present to observe and advise on the collection of those samples, and to the best of my knowledge, they were sent to our J. group.
And last question I have is, I just want to make sure I understand I want to clarify. The ammunition, the spent shell casings found on scene matched the shell casings you used to demonstrate the effectiveness of the weapon and the ejection pattern of the weapon.
So use the term match. I want to
I'm
clarify.
sorry.
No, that's fine. What I want to say is 2 parts. One, they are the same type of ammunition, so it's the same Wolf brand and style of ammunition. But the microscopic comparisons I did to the items collected at the scene do match to an identification level that I can say those cartridge cases were fired from that particular firearm based on my microscopic analysis.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Questions for this witness from members of the jury? See at least one.
Okay, so jury question time. I suppose. Doom, 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 doom. Why don't we do this? All right.
Let's see. This is from juror number, a little clarification, juror number 6. Who's 6? This gentleman right here. Okay. The question was, can you find bullet wipe or gunshot residue in an object without damaging what? The object? That's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure. Okay, thanks. Thanks for, just want to be sure we understood. All right, so one of the questions from the juror is, can you find bullet wipe or gunshot residue on or in an object without damaging the object that you're examining?
I would say yes in most cases. Usually it's on the exterior of that surface. So as the bullet passes through that first barrier, first item, whether it's a big thick chunk of wood or a single, stack of papers, it's going to leave that bullet wipe on the exterior. The sampling technique essentially uses a mild acid similar to vinegar to basically extract trace levels of the lead and reveal them with a chemical test. Not only is that test reproducible, that you can test the same area over and over again without losing results, but the testing is pretty mild as far as the surface. It's unlikely to damage that surface. The only weird scenario I can think of where it might have to damage the object is if, let's say, the bullet hole was inside like a hole in the knot of a tree and I couldn't get access to it or something like that. I might have to actually physically expose that first area where the residues are to get at it, but that's an unusual set of circumstances.
Does that answer your question, sir? Good. All right, a couple more questions from another juror. This juror says this juror is trying to determine the possibility of a ricochet and whether a ricochet is possible from about 115 yards and achieve the same trajectory that you described through the body. Now, wait, I say it would. So the question was, could, and if you know, if you're not qualified to testify to this, then that's your answer, okay? But would you agree that the caliber bullet and the distance where the shooter was alleged to have been correlates with a ricochet to the irregular entrance wound? If there was a ricochet, and looking at the trajectory, the bullet actually took through this body. You understand it?
I think I do, and it'll take a little bit of explaining because there's sort of three different possibilities to consider. The first is a ricochet, and a ricochet is a very specific and technical term that we refer to. That's when a bullet strikes an object, and in that interaction leaves that object at a different angle than the one it came in at, possibly, or at least departs at another angle. The relationship between the angle on the way in and the angle on the way out is not direct. So I could have, depending on the surface, a shot fired from a variety of angles that would ricochet off at a very shallow angle or ricochet off at a somewhat steeper angle. The former example, a shallow angle, is what we call a departure angle from a ricochet, occurs usually when it's what we call a non-yielding surface. So a big slab of concrete, a chunk of steel, something that's the bullet is not going to interact with except just to bounce off of it. And in a case like that, the departure angle is fairly shallow, but you still will lose stability. Now, in something soft like the soil or ground or even like pieces of wood, things like that, if you have a ricochet, a yielding surface typically gives you a much steeper departure angle. So the way I would answer that question relative to a ricochet would be, it's possible at a long range that the ricochet could have happened close. So a shot fired into a non-yielding surface fairly close to the shooter, but by the time it gets out there, you've got an ascending trajectory. Even though it's a low angle, once you get to 100 yards, it's still going to be at a height that might produce that wound and trajectory. Or a shot that ricochets off of the soil relatively close to the person who was struck, and then you'd produce a different angle, but at close range would give you that same trajectory. There are, though, two other possibilities. One possibility is the shot was fired and did not ricochet. It struck and went through something, lost its stability, but was still traveling in the same direction. And another possibility, I guess those are the two main ones that I would focus on. There is something called deflection, so a bullet could have gone through an object and then changed direction on its way through. Again, these are all relatively hypothetical, and without having a second impact site to work with, it's all speculation on my part which of these could have happened and how likely any of them are.
All right, and this next question again, if you don't have a basis to give an opinion on this, then just tell us. But have you taken into account that the deceased might have been lying in a prone position when the deceased was shot?
I would say that's one of many possibilities. The human body has a lot of variability in its position and movement, and that's one of the reasons trajectories through bodies are difficult to diagnose. Sometimes you can limit those practically. Like if a person's sitting in a car, you have a realistic expectation of where their feet and legs and body is, or might be, but there are going to variables within that. So with a person standing outside or lying outside in an outdoor scene, it'd be almost impossible to know for sure.
All right, there's one more question, and juror number 10, can't read one word in your writing, so you're going to have to help me out. Can a makeshift single shot something leave GSR consistent with an AK? I can't read that word. A tube? That's what I thought. Okay. Can a makeshift, just want to be sure, can a makeshift single shot through a tube leave gunshot revenue consistent with an AK?
I would say it's theoretically possible. It would really depend on the construction and how close a fit the tube and the projectile are. And then in a case like that, it would be the equivalent of a different gun. If I wanted to evaluate a distance in the presence of those residues, I would have to have something to work with. The only thing I'm thinking that would change that is if you're talking about a tube that's never had any exposure to lead whatsoever, so there's no buildup of lead like on the inside of a rifle barrel. That's a question I'm not really sure how to answer, because there is going to be lead residue coming from the primary shot that's being fired and maybe the exposed base of the bullet. We never see guns that haven't been at least test fired, and at first test firing is usually enough to put enough lead in to give you the bullet wipe. So if it was the first shot fired from this hypothetical tube, I would say it's possible, but I don't really have an experimental basis to draw from.
All right. Yep. Good. Oh, we have another question. Okay. Before we go to the lawyers, let's get this question asked. Jose? There you go. Could a bullet wipe be left on a soft surface like a backpack without causing physical damage to the backpack?
I want to say it's theoretically possible. The problem I see is if the bullet were to, say, strike a backpack under normal circumstances, that bullet wipe would be deposited on that backpack as it's going through the pack material. The only thing I can think of would be if it came as sort of a glancing blow to the backpack and didn't go through it. And at that point, I would expect it would only remove bullet wipe on one side of the bullet. There would probably still be some left behind. It may or may not have been, if that were to happen, it may or may not have been deposited on the garment, because once you lose your bullet stability, if the clean side of that bullet, say, hit and made the hole, I guess it's theoretically possible, but there's a lot of variables.
I think the question, if I could,
Sure.
would it leave gunshot residue if it passed by the backpack or close to the backpack? I don't think the question is if it went through the backpack. Is that right? So if the question wasn't, will it leave gunshot residue if it goes through the backpack, but if it passes by the backpack?
So I think
if the projectile passes by the backpack.
Sure, I think the projectile passing by the backpack isn't likely to deposit any residues on it without contact. Now, there might be residues if the backpack was there and the shot was fired close to that backpack. It might intercept some of those residues, but without the bullet going through it, I don't think it would intercept all of them. That's kind of my best answer.
Did I state your question correctly? Good. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Interesting.
All right, Mr. Jetty, follow-up questions to the questions from the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor. On the backpack, I just want to make sure I got this correct. No bullet GSR is going to be left unless there is contact with bullet and backpack.
Correct.
No bullet transfer, correct. There might be close-range residue on a backpack if it's close to a shot fired, but that doesn't really relate to the bullet itself.
Yeah, we're talking about the bullet wipe.
Correct.
And there is just, well, we want to make sure the testimony, there is no GSR residue found, it's redundant, no GSR found anywhere in this case, right?
To the best of my knowledge, none of my testing or the other testing done by the third party detected GSR.
My last question is, you test, just answering the juror's question about the trajectory through a body is complicated. You said something, the trajectory through a body is difficult to diagnose. I think your response to a juror question was, it was in the response you said, trajectory of a bullet through a body is difficult to diagnose.
It can be. I would say I typically defer to the medical examiner for looking for entry or exit wound in the case of a decedent.
Okay, and then you understand about deflection. Can a human bone cause deflection of a bullet when it enters the body?
Yeah, a deflection event could occur going through a body. That is possible.
One more question, Chair.
Real quick, you mentioned ricochets. A ricochet is something that will specifically change the angle of a bullet. Is that right?
It is one possibility, yeah. And just to clarify, since we didn't really go into it in too much detail, a ricochet is what I would describe as an impact that changes the direction of a bullet, but does not go through the object. Whereas you can have an object that is shot through, and that interaction can cause deflection, causing that to change as well.
Okay.
So both are possible.
And you mentioned like hard surfaces, like rocks, I think would be more likely to cause a ricochet because a bullet won't go through a rock, right?
The phrase we
It can.
typically categorize these as yielding and unyielding surfaces, those are the two most common. But a rock is usually an unyielding surface, but it might be an irregular one, so it's difficult to
The size of the rock.
exactly how you would characterize a rock.
A tree branch or wood would be a yielding surface, generally,
Correct.
right?
Wood, yeah.
So it's softer, and that means a bullet can either go through it.
Either go through it, or in the case of ricochet, go into it somewhat, and then its path is altered by that interaction.
What about dirt? Would that be yielding or unyielding?
Most of the time, dirt and soil are yielding
Yielding.
surfaces. You'll get a little trough in a trench, and it's produced, and then if you've ever fired a gun at a range, and you can see where someone is to target, you can see a nice linear cut into the ground. That's usually a yielding surface in soil.
So the sand moves out of the way of the bullet.
Correct.
You were asked a question about the prone position, and could this person have been shot in the prone position? Prone is on the stomach, right?
Yeah, typically mean prone is face and belly down. The reverse is called supine, so if you're lying on your back facing upward, that's the supine position.
And knowing where the entry wound and the exit wound are, if this person were shot in the prone position, then the bullet would be probably in the dirt underneath the person, right?
In that circumstance, I would expect it to be if they were still in that prone position after they were shot and didn't move.
Do you know how much deflection, how easy are these bullets that we're talking about, the full metal jacket bullets that you tested, how easy are those to be deflected?
I don't have a specific answer for that. It really depends on the surface they're hitting. I fired this type of ammunition through vehicles, through other objects on a range doing testing. But I would say it really varies more on the surface that it hits than the actual projectile itself.
If it hits a piece of wood or a branch, for example, is that likely to deflect it significantly or not significantly?
I really think there's so much specific to that. It'd be hard to say a clean answer to your question because, a branch could be larger or smaller in diameter. The shot could hit closer to the edge versus the center. I would expect a shot through a branch that's a few inches thick. If it hits dead center, it's likely to keep going through. Your chance of deflection goes up if it hits sort of on the edge as a glancing part, but it probably also varies on the exact velocity and the type of wood and things of that I haven't really tested.
So you'd have to do more testing to make a long story short, basically.
Right, and the testing would probably have to be tied to something that we would find specific, like, there's a bullet impact in this space in between that could very well be the source of the deflection. I'd like to have something specific to compare the two.
There's just not any
I don't have anything else.
kind of
All right. Any other questions for this witness? Very well,
moment.
seeing none, it's time for our afternoon break. It's 10 to 3. We'll take a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 3:20, and we'll take the state's next witness when that happens. We'll be in recess until 3:20 p.m.
The drive report.
Okay, I'm going to skim forward, but I want to say this. I've been, yay, I applied for college. Woohoo! Congrats me. But I was listening. I haven't heard anything that makes me go, bing. Where is that moment? I know I keep saying it. I'm so bad. Really? I feel like right now I'm kind of like this guy gave very good information. So we're going to head on now for this. I'll be right back.
Yes, in April of 2022, I was promoted to sergeant. I remained in the patrol division, and that same year, in December of 2022, I was reassigned to the criminal investigation division as the sergeant.
So you're the sergeant.
So
of-
while he's doing
and
that,
you use the abbreviation CID,
let me know what you
and that
think
stands
in the
for
comments
Criminal
below, y'all.
Investigative Unit Division.
Division.
How many detectives work at the CID?
Right now
Hello,
it's-
Sarah.
4 and myself.
Thanks for
So a total of
joining.
5 individuals.
Yes.
Is that a big department? Small department?
It's a small department.
And in your 26 years of police experience dating back to Nogales Police Department, how many homicides have you been involved in? Approximately.
Off my head, I can say over 8. I don't keep track.
And how many serious investigations, serious violent crime investigations have you been involved in?
Place.
Approximately.
That would be well over 15.
And as your role as sergeant at CID, what does that position entail?
It's to supervise the criminal investigation division. Make sure that policy procedures are followed. Make sure that everything within the criminal investigation goes smoothly.
You're the immediate supervisor of Detective Ainza?
Yes.
Ooh, we may get somewhere now. We got an immediate supervisor.
Who else is in that unit?
Right now, it's kind of a fresh unit, so it's Detective Ainza, Detective Huerta, Detective Barba, and Detective Muskis.
And what's the role of CID versus a patrol officer? Explain to the jury the difference between the two.
Patrol officers, they respond, I would say, the initial call for service. Once it's considered to be a major crime, the scene is secured by them, and then us as CID, we respond and continue with the investigation, any follow-ups, any collection of evidence, just continue with the investigation.
Would it be fair to say that patrol responds first to a scene and then followed by you?
Yes,
You mean CID.
yes, CID.
Were you called on to help assist on this case?
I was.
And do you know what case that was?
Yes, the case out on Willow Circle.
What?
The case on 100 Willow?
100 Will. Do you know? I've got your reports in case you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay,
Non-memorization test.
okay.
Do you know when that was?
Yes, January 29th. Oh, correction, 30th, 2023.
January 30th of 2023.
Yes,
And you gave the address out there on Willow?
yes.
Do you know who the subject was?
Can you,
The defendant.
the defendant, Mr. Kelly?
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes,
Can you point him out for us and describe what he's wearing?
yes, he's got glasses on, brown vest, blue shirt, gray hair.
You're gonna let the record reflect that.
Thank
the
you for joining
witnesses
me.
identify the
Please
defendant?
comment, like,
So
and
ordered.
subscribe. I would
I want to say,
appreciate it.
just so we have a clear record, Willow Circle is obviously in Santa Cruz County.
Correct.
We have
What was
the
your job?
supervising
Explain to us
agent on the
how you got a
stand.
call. When did you get a call to go out there?
Detective Barba and I were at my son's soccer game. It was his senior night. Detective Barba received a call like around 7 p.m. As soon as he received the call, I walked over to him and he told me that he had been briefed on what was going on at 100 Willow Cross Circle. After that, I just told Detective Barba, you know what, start heading towards the office. I'm gonna have Detective Ainza head over there to assist you with whatever you need, and I'll be heading over to the scene to assess the situation.
Why did Detective Barba need assistance?
He had barely been assigned to CID. I believe he had like 2 weeks.
So Barbara was new to the unit.
Yes,
So you had Detective Ienza also assigned.
Yes.
And what time, do you know what time approximately you got to scene?
I just, the time it took for me to go get my assigned unit and just drive out to the scene.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I want to go, get him. So,
Sergeant Flores, those are just your reports. I think it's exhibits 1.9, 1.15, and 1.35. So, like I said, non-memorization test. So, if you need to refresh your recollection, let me know, and you can use your reports to refresh yourself, okay?
Okay.
In the reports, do you know, can you find out what time you arrived on scene?
It doesn't specify. It just says that I received, well, Detective Alba received a call and then I headed over there.
Okay, so you approximately what time?
I would say about 30 minutes later,
What time is that in the evening?
7 p.m., 7:30.
7:30. When you got to scene, explain to the jury explain to the jury the scene where you park and who's there.
Once I arrived on scene, I parked by the Kelly residence and I met with Sergeant Rodriguez.
And who is Sergeant Rodriguez?
He's Sergeant Omar Rodriguez, assigned to the patrol division with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your meeting with Sergeant Rodriguez about?
He briefed me on the information that he had gathered, briefed me on what was going on.
What information did he brief you on?
He told me that the homeowner had stated that he had struck something and that the homeowner escorted them towards where a body was located. Once he saw that body, that he had noticed that the body had a gunshot wound to the back.
All right, and this is an example of, we're going to give you a limiting instruction. Remember, we talked about hearsay. This witness is, the information that he just testified to about what somebody else told him is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But just to explain the subsequent steps, the next steps that this witness took in his investigation. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. So after hearing that information, what was the next step you did?
I asked that Mr. and Mrs. Kelly be transported to the office for interviewing.
Did you talk to anyone at Border Patrol or dispatch?
No.
So you asked Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly to be transported.
Yes.
Is Mr. Kelly under arrest at this point?
No.
but they weren't free to
He's
leave.
not
They
under
were
arrest at this point?
detained.
Objection, foundation.
Good.
Overruled. Good answer.
Once he's transported to our facility, he's considered to be detained under us.
Okay, are you aware that he was put in, if you know, were you aware he was put in handcuffs to be transported?
Yes.
Would that be detained?
Yes.
And after Miss Kelly did Miss Kelly, was she placed in handcuffs?
No.
So Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly were transported to CID. And where is CID?
It's at our office here on Congress Drive.
Just right next door to the courthouse?
Yes.
And what was your next step after telling the officers to transport both Mr. and Mrs. Kelly to CID?
I asked Sergeant Rodriguez to escort me towards where the body was at.
And you went out there?
Yes.
What route, do you remember the route you took to get out there?
Yes, we continued walking down the path where we were standing, and then we went past the gate, and then we walked towards the east of that gate where we came to the body.
And what was your job when you got to the body? What was your job?
To take photographs of the body.
All right. So I'm going to show you just for you. Most of these have been admitted, but I'm going to just show you because I want to talk about these photographs. I'm going to show you State Exhibit 116.
Okay.
if my driver, Miss Hunley's going to drive for me. And just for you and the attorneys. Is it up? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you scroll through those, Miss Hunley, for the sergeant? Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I took those photographs.
Specifically, can you go to, Miss Hunley, can you go to photo number 23? Do you recognize photo number 23?
Yes.
And can you go to photograph number 49? Do you recognize 49, Sergeant?
Yes.
And finally, can you go to photograph number 82? Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Those are the photographs you took on scene on January 30th where the body is located, right?
Correct.
And those photographs are in sequence with all the other ones. I think there's a total of 82.
Correct.
You know, I think there was admission for all the photographs except for those three, and I moved to admit 23, 49, and 82 as well.
No objection.
23, 49, and 82 are admitted.
All right, so let's go through. Can we publish? Your Honor, maybe publish? Can we go number 1 for the jury? And that is a very nighttime photo, right, Sergeant?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to photo number 2. And do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
All right, we're not going to spend, the jury has seen a lot of these photographs, so Ms. Hunley, can you go through them? Not so fast, not so fast, hold on. What's that a photograph of?
That's the photograph of the victim lying face down.
Lying face down?
Yes.
Continue on, Ms. Hunley. Right there. What's that a photograph of?
Same, just different angle.
Ms. Hunley, what image is that? That's image 28 for the record. And if you can continue on. You can continue. How tall was that grass? As she's going through that, how tall is that grass, Sergeant?
I would say it was about 2.5 feet. It was pretty tall.
Pretty tall.
Yes.
Did you see, pause right there, Ms. Hunley. Do you see any signs of, when you're taking photographs, any signs of struggle?
No.
Did you see any signs of dragging?
No.
And you're the one taking the photographs?
Yes.
You want to continue, Ms. Hunley? And there's a spot, stop right there, Ms. Hunley. You see that backpack?
Yes.
Did you see any discernible damage to the backpack, like a bullet damage?
No.
Do you want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? You can continue. The jury has seen these photographs. Can you go to image 49, just so the jury, because the jury didn't see that before? And that, do you know what that is?
That's my flash not working properly.
Okay. If you want to continue, Ms. Hunley. I'm
That's
gonna pause
funny.
right there. What's that a picture of? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the backpack?
That's a pocket of the backpack?
Yes.
You want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? And hold on. Do you know what that is?
It's the same backpack.
Do you know what's in there?
Yes, food.
Food. And when you were on scene, was Mr. Kelly on scene
Momentarily.
momentarily? Do you recall, if you know, did he have his dogs with him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Continue on, Ms. Hunley. You can continue. I'm gonna pause. Is that a picture of the fanny pack?
Yes.
And do you know what that's inside the fanny pack?
It's food.
You want to continue on, Miss Hunley?
There's more than food inside those things.
Now we're seeing pictures of the wound, right?
Correct.
And you recall taking pictures of the entry wound and exit wound?
Yes.
You want to continue on, Miss Hunley? You can go through. You can go through. All right, I'm gonna pause. This is the wallet you saw, right?
Right.
And was there currency in that wallet?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Do the next photo, Miss Hunley. You see that?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
What kind of currency is that?
It's Mexican pesos.
Pesos.
Okay. You want to continue on, Miss Hunley? Continue on. Continue on. And that's a picture, is this a picture where the body's been removed?
Yes.
And do you
So
know,
you're going
from
through
looking at this
every
photo,
photograph.
which direction, what direction the body was laying?
Yes. If you're looking at the photo, his head was towards the left, where you can see the cap.
You can circle on the screen if you want.
His head was right there.
I'm just having our
And you
lives.
can press the left bottom corner to
Feeds.
clear it. If you want to continue on, Miss Hunley. Pause right there. Is this when the body's been rolled over?
Yes.
And that's the position you found the victim in?
Yes.
Where's his right hand located?
By his chest.
Do you know where the exit wound is found?
Yes.
Where?
Just a little bit on top of where his hand is, by the chest.
Want to continue, Miss Hunley? You can go through it. You can continue. You can go-
Sorry,
you
had to
can go
let the
faster,
dog
Miss Hunley.
out.
All right. I'm gonna pause right here. You see, what's this a photo of?
That's a photo of the victim's footprint.
Footprint. And did you look around to find out about footprints in the area to photograph?
Yes.
And if there were a lot of footprints, would you have taken photographs?
Yes.
Were there?
Just that one that I took a photograph of.
I think we're gonna see it. You want to continue on, Miss Hunley? Is that?
Yes.
And are we towards the end, Miss Hunley? Oh, that's the end.
Sorry about that, y'all. Got the munchies.
After you've done the photographs, are you there when Gabriel's body is put into a bag to be shipped to the coroner's office?
No.
No, you're not there.
No.
So what do you do after you're taking the photographs?
I asked Deputy Felix to remain with the victim there, and I went back to my truck.
And what are you doing? What are you doing at your truck?
Waiting for the search warrant to be approved and executed.
Are you contacting Detective Ienza about a search warrant?
I am.
And so you guys are having a discussion about the affidavit, what will go in the search warrant.
Correct.
And then eventually you get notice that the search warrant has been approved and you go and serve the search warrant.
Correct.
All right. Let's walk through how officers serve a search warrant. Walk us through what the normal process or the process you did in this case. I'm going to strike that. Did you follow normal procedures when serving the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
All right. What is that procedure?
Procedures, once the warrant is granted, photographs are taken of the exterior of the house or the item that we're going to search, vehicle or house. And then once the exterior photographs are taken, then we start lettering the rooms that we're going to search with A through Z, as many rooms that there is. Photos of the interior are taken prior to us searching it. And then once it's searched, we do exit photos to show how we left the house afterwards.
And I think there's been some indication from a juror or a question. When you do a search warrant, are you like taking drawers out and dumping stuff on the ground?
No.
How do you treat that scene?
We treat it with respect as if it was our own house. We don't want to leave it with things all broken and messy.
It depends on the department, and it depends
And
on
you
who's
searched
doing the search.
the whole house, right?
Sometimes they're very polite, sometimes
I
not so much.
assisted.
You assisted in searching the house. What was your responsibility in the search warrant?
During that search warrant, my responsibility was to scribe, which is just noting
Jot
down
down.
the items that were being taken as evidence.
Do you know if there was an AK-47 found on the first search warrant, the evening search warrant?
There was.
I just want to make sure we understand there's an evening search warrant, early morning, I
Thank
should
you for
say,
joining
early
me.
morning of the
Please
31st.
comment, like, and subscribe.
Right, this is after midnight.
Correct.
And then we have a daytime search warrant, right?
Correct.
2. So on this first one, late night, early morning, you found an AK-47?
Yes.
Do you recall the conditions and what it was?
It was fairly new
Was it in something?
in the box.
What?
Were you
Whoa,
briefed
whoa.
on by Sergeant Rodriguez about a weapon that was possibly used in this case before that moment?
No, I wasn't.
The AK-47 was taken?
Yes.
It wasn't in a box. It was hanging on the back of a door. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got two different
Did
testimonies now.
Detective Rodriguez also talk to you about the body orientation that he found the body in?
Yes.
And which direction was the body facing? The head. Which direction was the head facing?
The head was southwest.
And which direction was the Kelly home? From if the body's facing southwest, what direction is the body?
That got my
Kelly
attention.
residence?
It was north.
Would it be to the right of the body? We'll show up 116 if you want.
Yes, to the right of the body.
All right.
Don't show him. He needs to remember. Sorry, y'all. I get a little...
And at that scene, when you're taking photographs of the scene, we're talking about a rural area, right?
Yes.
There are apartments nearby,
No.
homes nearby,
No.
streets nearby.
No.
Do we need to quarantine off an area to prevent contamination from people wandering by?
No.
Were you told anything about the condition of the victim when you arrived to take photographs?
Yes.
What were you told?
That the victim's hands were cold and his torso was still warm.
Did you help remove the backpack?
No.
Who removed the backpack?
Sergeant Rodriguez?
Did you see him remove the backpack?
Yes.
How did you remove it?
He had to cut the straps.
What straps are we talking about?
The backpack straps?
All right, some backpacks have 2 and some backpacks have 3. The 2 shoulder ones, and then some of them have a waist one. Okay?
Yes.
Which ones did he cut?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you guys looked in, obviously the photos show it, you looked in the backpack, right?
Yes.
And what was in the backpack?
Just miscellaneous clothes and food. Water bottle, I believe.
And in your taking photographs and looking at the area, did you find any weapons around?
No.
Handguns?
No.
Rifles?
No.
Did you find any large backpacks?
No.
Any small backpacks other than the victims?
No.
Do you find any drugs around?
No.
Did someone make a determination of looking at the scene, looking at the body, whether this was a homicide?
Yes.
Who made that determination?
I did.
And how long did it take you to complete that first search warrant, the late night, early morning one?
I would have to look at my report.
Sure, I'm looking for approximate too. I'm not looking for an exact time.
At approximately 2:33 a.m., we cleared the house.
2:30,
33
2:33
a.m.
a.m. you leave the house.
Yes.
Do you know if Miss Wanda Kelly's allowed to come back to the house?
She is.
And did she?
Yes.
What did you do after you cleared the house? What did you do?
All the items that were collected that night were taken over to the sheriff's office or to our facility and secured.
And that to conclude your, I mean, this is now, I would think about 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you do after that?
Correct. Just went home
Did you get some sleep?
somewhat.
And then what was the next thing you did then?
We started the following day early. Well, not early in the morning, but early mornings, like around 8, 9.
Were you debriefed on anything relating to the actual AK-47 found on that first search warrant?
Yes.
What were you told?
That the AK that we found wasn't the one that we were looking for.
And then were you also apprised of the situation to seek a second search warrant to look at other structures on the property?
Yes.
All right, so a second search warrant is applied for, and you guys go out to the scene to serve the second search warrant.
Correct.
You know what approximate time that is?
Around noon.
Whoa, wait. You didn't get the original
You go to
gun?
the scene and just walk us through. What was the first thing you did when you went to the scene? What areas did you search first?
We searched the barn, the additional buildings that were within the property, a barn, a water pump shed, and then we searched the area where the victim was located.
I'm gonna pause right there. So we did pump house, whatever that was, and a
Yes.
barn, right?
Right.
And then you went to where the victim's body was.
Correct.
What were you doing around where the victim was? What were you doing?
We're looking for additional evidence.
Did you guys like visual look?
No, we used metal detectors.
Did you find anything using metal detectors of significance?
No.
And how big of an area? So if my body is here, if I have a radius of a circle, how far out am I going?
I would say a good 30 to 50 yards.
And after doing that metal detector work where the victim's body was at, what'd you do after that?
We checked the house again, the main house,
Why'd you guys check the house again?
because I wasn't okay with not finding that rifle that we were missing.
So someone had indicated
Did you
this
have
is
a
not
search
the same
warrant for that house the second
AK-47
time?
seen with Mr. Kelly the day before, right?
Correct.
So you go back into the house and you search the house again.
Correct.
Walk us through that.
Well, we all went inside the house doing a secondary search, trying to locate that additional AK. After everyone was in there, I was thinking to myself, we need to find that rifle. So I started looking into the bedroom myself. At that time, I stood by the doorway to that bedroom where we found the other AK. And I was just looking inside and thinking, what did we miss? What could it be? So the door was open. So I told myself, I want to check behind the door. I'm pretty sure they did, but I want to check again. So I moved the door to check behind it, and I heard a thump. So then I said, oh, something fell on the ground, thinking it was the rifle. So I looked towards the floor, and there's nothing there. So I'm like, okay, I'm sure I heard a thump. So I again move the door, and I hear that second thump again. And now I redirect my eyesight towards the thump, and I located the rifle hanging on the door hook, covered with a green shirt.
Looks like I wrote down the wrong exhibit number here. Ms. Hunley, I'm looking for the photograph of the search warrant. I have image 4247. I don't know if you have time over there, Ms. Hunley. Let me walk through. So behind, you're in the house, and you go to a bedroom which on the first search warrant was already searched.
Correct.
And you open the door?
The door was open.
Okay, and you look inside that room again.
Oh, yeah, I was standing by the door frame.
And then just why'd you touch the door again?
I just wanted to make sure that the behind the door was checked out.
Okay, and you did that, and that's when you heard the thump.
Correct.
And you walk around and see what's on the other side.
The AK rifle was hanging by the door.
Hanging by the door or hanging on the door?
Hanging on the door on a door hook.
So like a coat hook on top of the door,
Correct.
right? And then it's hanging by what? What's holding it up?
The sleeve or
With a green strap, would that be?
yeah, the gray
Okay.
strap.
And was there anything, and you said there was something over that AK-47?
Yes, it was covered with a green shirt.
All right, so you take that gun into possession, right?
Right.
And then you take it for processing, which means you take it back to CID.
Correct.
Was that gun identified by anyone?
Yes, it was by one of the officers who responded to the scene prior to us.
I'm trying so hard not to get mad.
Can you just show the witness for me? You see 4429 on the screen?
Why did you not take the weapon
You see-
the night
You see it up there?
that you took both Mr. and
See that
Mrs.
there?
Kelly to the
Yes.
police
Is that,
department for
does that picture
questioning?
look familiar to you?
You
Yes.
should have taken the weapon then.
Is that the picture of the AK-47 hanging on the back of the door?
Yes.
The same condition as you saw it on the second search warrant?
Well, it was more covered.
You have a picture, the other picture?
Guys,
I think it's four-
they didn't take it. He
4247.
hung it on the back of the door, got undressed, put a shirt on it like most cowboys do. My grandpa used to do that. And sometimes he hung it on the foot of the bed because they had a post.
see that
and
photo?
There was
Yes.
shirt on over
that
it, so
same
he put on
photo?
his shirt
Or-
and grabbed the gun
Same
if he had to
photo, but
run.
The photo that you're talking about?
Sorry,
Yes.
guys, this is just.
You recognize the condition, the position of that gun
Yes.
with the sweatshirt?
Yes.
Move to admit, I believe it's Government Exhibit 46 images 4429 and 4247.
I just want some foundation on this image that we're looking at. My understanding is this was taken during the first search. So if we could get that foundation, then I wouldn't.
Hold on, let me back up. Sergeant, looking
How
at,
about
I just
that?
want to show you one image. Council's right, so I want to look at one image only. 4247. You see 4247?
Yes.
Is that the one with the green
Excuse me.
sweatshirt?
Yes.
Over the gun?
Yes.
Is that how you saw the gun on the second search warrant?
Yes.
Move to admit just Exhibit 46 image 4247.
And I object on foundation again, just because I believe this photograph was taken during the first search.
Well, that
Good for you,
objection's
madame.
overruled. This witness, I don't know when it was taken, but this witness, we talked about this with photographs, right? This witness has testified that he recognizes this image, and this is the way it appeared to him at the time he found it. So when it was taken, who first found it, different question. He said this is what it looked like at the time that he saw it during the second search warrant, and that's sufficient foundation, so that objection's overruled.
Move to publish, Your Honor?
And that is Exhibit 46, page 4247. Yes.
Correct. Is that the condition, the view that you had of the gun as you opened that back door and heard the thump?
Yes.
And that's the green sweatshirt, right?
Right.
And it's draped over that AK-47.
Correct.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm gonna change that. Your Honor.
Correction, then it's from Exhibit 34, page 4247 is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. And that gun, just to repeat, that gun was taken back for processing and identified as the weapon that someone had seen on January 30th with the defendant.
Correct.
Is anything distinguishable about that weapon?
Yes.
What?
The green sling.
And did you take that weapon and give it to somebody?
No.
Who took possession of that weapon?
Detective Ains.
Detective Ainza?
Yes.
All right. There are also some mentions of some shell casings in this case. Did you involve yourself with the visual and the collection of shell casings?
I photographed the shell casings.
You recall where that was relating to the property?
Yes, by the back porch area.
And who was with you in the photographs as you were taking the photographs?
Or Sergeant Bunting.
I did the same thing too, so. Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Sorry, guys, I had to reset my sound. It didn't like me anymore. Okay, I got it all back again. Yay. Sorry. So my backup sound was like, whoa, back up. And we have...
Did you do anything else on that second search warrant?
I'm getting bored, y'all.
Did you go back on February 1st?
I did.
And what did you, what was the reason going back on February 1st?
We went back to assist DPS. They were going to use their drone and also to, again, search the area where the victim was found.
Search it with what?
The metal detectors.
And was it a more extensive search this time?
Yes.
The first time was a radius of 50 yards. February 1st, you went further out?
Yes, we did.
My question is...
Find anything?
No.
What did you do to secure the scene?
And we'll get...
I got to pause. What did you do to secure the scene from the time that you left that morning, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, till when you arrived later that day? What did you do to secure the scene? Nothing. Did you leave anybody out there to ensure that the animals or critters got in the scene? Did you leave somebody there to make sure that a coyote trafficker did not come back and look for anything that may have been left? Did you do anything to secure the scene? No. I'm not impressed with their investigations, as you can tell.
This later, I just want to make sure we understand. You also reviewed some Border Patrol surveillance videos, right?
Correct.
And how many discs did you review?
2. I'm going to have to look at my notes on my report.
Do you have your notes right there?
Yes.
Do you want to take a look?
Sure. I counted 5.
5?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a whole bunch of surveillance disc DVDs you reviewed, right?
Correct.
And I just want to make sure, because we're not going to get into it, but I want to make sure, do you remember how many DVD discs were provided to you from Border Patrol?
Well, it was way more than 5 because all of us split some. So.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So you had 5. Who else was assisting in reviewing other DVDs?
Sergeant Bunting and Detective Barba.
And why were you guys reviewing these BP surveillance DVDs?
To see if someone else was out there that day.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
If we could leave that picture up for just a second. While this is in front of you, I just wanted to ask real quick. I see something in black in the corner there. Did this photograph come from the first search or the second search, if you know?
Detective Ainsa would be able to answer that.
So he'd be able to say this was the first or the second search. My question is, this photograph, you can clearly see part of the AK sticking out from underneath that green shirt. Is that right?
Right.
And somebody obviously was looking right at it and they took this photograph, right?
Right.
And is it a possibility that this happened on the first search since the photograph also contains that black object there?
It's
Yes.
possible.
In other words, when you saw this AK on the second search, when you were there, do you recall seeing that black object there?
I don't.
Okay. You don't recall?
No.
Okay.
Y'all, that's
So I want to go back to the beginning. Back to January 30th.
I'm sorry. You guys should have the metadata on this information. There should be no question when this photograph was taken. You've got the metadata. Heck, they took the photo. I'm sorry. Metadata. That's going to be one of my new favorite words.
You were on your way out to the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you had some background information before you got there. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Were you told that the homeowner had reported that he had struck something?
Yes.
So that was in your mind when you're going out to the scene, correct?
Correct.
And do you know where that information came from?
No.
So you don't know if it came from Border Patrol, or if it came from dispatch, or if it came from somewhere else?
No.
But you heard it through dispatch, correct?
I heard it through Sargent Lowley, yes.
Okay, but he didn't tell you where he got that information.
Hearsay.
And it informs your view, I guess, to have background information before you get to the scene, correct?
Correct.
It tells you what you're likely to be looking at when you get there, right?
Right.
And so it's important that that background information that you get is accurate, or as accurate as it can be, right?
Right.
Because that might change the way that you view the scene when you arrive, right?
Right.
Right.
Did you ever learn in this case that that initial information that you received was incorrect?
No.
So you never learned that the homeowner actually reported to Border Patrol, not that he struck something, but that something may have been struck?
No.
And that would have made a difference to you had you had that information, correct?
Correct.
Because it's obviously different saying something may have been struck versus I struck something, right?
Correct.
Right.
So that might have changed the way you looked at the scene on the way there, right?
Somewhat.
Okay. When you got out there, I think you talk about observing the body with Sergeant Rodriguez, is that right?
Right.
And he let you know that he didn't touch or move the body, correct?
He did check for vitals.
Vitals, but other than that, he didn't touch or move the body, correct?
Correct.
Wrong.
And so you started photographing the body, including the backpack, right?
Right.
And you tried to photograph all of that before you moved anything, right?
Right.
And before you even opened up the backpack, you take photographs to show precisely how it was in the state that you found it, correct?
Correct.
And that's important because that's the only way that you really have to document and preserve the scene, right?
Right.
So you don't move anything and you photograph everything, right?
Right.
You saw the body and it was face down on the stomach when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
Not on his back, obviously, right?
Right.
And he was also in possession of a radio, correct?
A radio was beside him.
It was clipped onto his belt, right?
Right.
So it wasn't just lying next to him, it was attached to him, right?
Right.
And he was also in possession of a fanny pack, correct?
Correct.
That fanny pack was not really attached to him, right?
That I don't remember.
Do you recall it sort of dangling by his side?
Yes.
So it wasn't wrapped around him, right?
Right.
And it wasn't across his chest or anything, right?
Right.
It was out from the body and next to the body, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever learn that this person carried his fanny pack in the front across his chest?
No.
And if he did carry his fanny pack in front across his chest, then it would be unusual to see it at the side. Is that correct?
You're asking me to speculate?
Assume for a moment that he carries his fanny pack across his chest. And I know you don't know that, but assume that he does. You would consider it to be strange if you found him with his fanny pack across, like next to him, instead of across him where it normally is, right?
Correct.
No.
You wouldn't think that that was strange?
No.
Would you, based on just viewing this person who's there, did you believe that this person was engaged in criminal activity?
No.
Before he
Why would you
died,
not?
you did not believe he was engaged in criminal activity?
No.
Why not?
I don't know his background.
Did you learn that he was not a citizen of the United States?
No,
You didn't look at his identification that was right there with him?
I did.
And that identification did not indicate that he was a United States citizen, correct?
No,
And he's carrying pesos, correct?
correct.
He's not carrying any American currency, right?
Right.
So why would you
And
think he's
he's carrying
illegal?
this radio with him, right?
Why would you then think he was a legal citizen? You, as a supervising detective, know that people who are trafficking or coyotes or mules who are carrying drugs, whatever, working for the cartel, carry the radios. You know this. And the people that are crossing the border to come into the U.S. do not carry the radios, do not carry the binoculars. They don't carry anything but their own possessions or children.
Right.
And he's wearing a camouflage shirt, right?
You knew
No.
that this was
He's
an
not wearing a
illegal
camouflage shirt
He had a green jacket on.
underneath his jacket.
Okay, yes.
He was wearing a camouflage shirt, right?
Right.
And he was on Mr. Kelly's property, right?
Right.
Mr. Kelly had no idea who this person was, as far as you knew, right?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Okay. The information that was provided to you did not include any sort of information indicating Mr. Kelly knew who this person was, right?
Right.
Given all of that information, you would not suspect that this person was engaged in criminal activity?
No.
Is it a crime to trespass?
Yes.
Could this person possibly be trespassing?
Yes.
That would be criminal activity, right?
Right.
Is it a crime to enter the United States illegally?
Yes.
Not under state law.
What?
Okay, under federal law, it is?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a crime to engage in human smuggling?
Yes.
Drug smuggling is a crime too, right?
Yes.
And based on the fact that this person is probably not a citizen, there's no evidence that he is, has no reason to be on Mr. Kelly's property, and is carrying a radio, you don't think he's engaged in any kind of criminal activity?
Besides the trespassing, no.
What does the radio tell you?
Tells me that he has communication.
He had a phone with him too, right?
Right.
Most people communicate with their phones, right?
And I have a headache. Why?
Again, I would have to guess.
I mean, you use a phone to communicate, right? It's a communication device, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think the radio has any significance?
Well, there's no signal out there, so a radio might be necessary.
If you're on somebody else's property.
The radio is not to talk to somebody in Mexico. The radio is to talk to the person who is the coyote and this guy is scouting for, or he's the coyote and he's got people scouting for him. Excuse me? Let's do this again.
And you need to talk to somebody. You need a radio for that?
You don't need it, but it can be
All
used
right.
for that.
So you don't think this guy's engaged in any kind of criminal activity based on what you observed, right?
Right.
The fanny pack that was next to him, were you aware that the buckle on that fanny pack was broken?
No.
You weren't aware of that? You didn't examine the fanny pack?
No.
And you weren't aware of the fact that there's blood on the fanny pack as well?
No.
And so looking at that fanny pack and looking at how it is next to this person, were you at all ever suspicious that this person might have been robbed?
No.
When you photographed the backpack, did you notice that the backpack was unzipped?
No.
I'm going to show you I forget the number of your photographs, but I'm just going to show you a picture of the backpack, okay? And it's already been admitted into evidence. Give me one moment, Valeria. Page 38. Okay, so I'm showing you a photograph of the person with the backpack, and this has already been admitted. This is one of the photographs that you took, correct?
Correct.
And that shows the backpack over this person's head, correct?
Correct.
And can you see that the backpack is unzipped?
Yes.
So now knowing that the backpack is unzipped, does that cause you to be suspicious that this person might have been stolen from prior to you arriving there?
No.
Why do people unzip backpacks?
For many reasons.
To get into them is one of them, right?
Right.
And typically if somebody's walking carrying a backpack, they don't want things to fall out of it, right?
Right.
And so normally, if you're carrying a backpack, it's zipped, right?
Yes, I would assume.
Isn't this all,
It's-
isn't this all in the nature of argument?
You're
Said
pushing
he
the
didn't notice
judges.
it, and he didn't think that that's indication of robbery.
All right,
The rest is argument. Let's move on.
okay. You mentioned finding in this backpack a water bottle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that water bottle had water in it, correct?
I don't remember.
One bottle. Where are the
Give me
other
one
5
moment.
liters?
Let me try for you. Just gonna go to a different page in the same exhibit.
The witness said they jumped 5
Is that a
liters of
photograph
bottle on this
of
guy's
the
property. Each.
water bottle
6,
that you
I'm
can
sorry.
see?
Yes.
And can you tell from that photograph if there's water in the water bottle?
Yes.
It looks like there is water in the water bottle, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Kathy, you're dangerous, girlfriend. But I love you.
When you first arrived, did you notice a lot of blood around the body?
No.
Did you see any blood around the body?
Just on his back.
And when you say his back, which area do you mean specifically?
It was the right side.
Was it sort of under the armpit in that general area?
Yes.
And so you saw that after you approached the body, that little spot right there, right?
Right.
And then it wasn't until after you guys turned the body over that you saw more blood, correct?
Correct.
I believe you took, let me jump again, same exhibit. Hope that's right. Okay. Is that a picture of the track that you took?
A footprint.
Footprint track. Okay. And you took that picture because, did you believe this matched the sole of the victim's shoes?
Correct.
And do you recall where that footprint was?
Yes.
Where was it?
It was by the 2 track, approximately southeast of the victim, or correction, northeast of the victim.
When you say the 2 track, are you talking about that dirt path that was near where the body was found?
Yes.
And where on that, was this on that dirt path or near it?
It was at the edge of the dirt track.
Okay. You didn't see any other tracks in the area?
No.
Only this one?
Yes.
That dirt path, I'm assuming you could see this track because there's dirt, right?
Right.
There's no grass, so this is a clear impression, right?
Right.
Do you recall which direction this track was pointed, if you recall?
It was towards the direction of the victim.
So
East.
it was pointing east.
Yes.
Okay. And did you document that in your report anywhere?
No.
You didn't see any other footprints besides this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were present, well, let me back up a little bit. You said that you asked somebody to transport Mr. and Mrs. Kelly to the station, is that correct?
Correct.
Why did you do that?
Based on everything that was relayed to me, based on the fact that there was a dead body on the property, based on that there were the only two persons present, there were persons of interest,
Both of them?
both of them.
So you thought basically anybody who's present is a person of interest, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you tell them to transport Mr. Kelly to the station, you didn't ask Mr. Kelly's permission to take him to the station, correct?
I didn't make the arrangements.
Who did you direct to take Mr. Kelly to the station?
I asked Sergeant Rodriguez to make the arrangements.
And all you communicated to him, just make the arrangements to take Mr. Kelly to the station, right?
I just told them, have them transported over there.
So in other words, you didn't offer them a choice, correct?
I didn't talk to them.
Mr. Kelly was not given the choice of whether he was going to go to the station or not, was he?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Okay. You're aware that he was placed in handcuffs before he was taken to the station, correct?
Correct.
What about Mrs. Kelly?
What about Ms. Kelly?
Were you aware that she was detained in the back of a police car before she was taken to the station?
I was aware that she was sitting inside a police car.
She didn't have a choice about that either, did she?
I wouldn't be able to answer you.
Well, when you direct Omar Rodriguez, that's who we're talking about, right? Sergeant Rodriguez?
Right,
You directed him, take these two people to the station, right?
right.
You didn't tell him unless they say they don't want to go.
No,
Okay. And when you tell Sergeant Rodriguez to do something, you figure he's going to do it, correct?
correct.
Give me one moment, Your Honor.
I don't like his evasiveness in this.
You received some information from Sergeant Rodriguez on the scene about the body, correct?
Correct.
He told you that the torso was still warm, right?
Right,
But the hands were cold, right?
right,
This is in January, right?
right,
It was cold outside, right?
right,
And if we heard from a medical examiner that once a person dies, the body basically cools to ambient temperature pretty quickly, you would not argue with that, right?
right.
So did you at any time pass along any of this information to a medical examiner?
I myself didn't.
Do you know if anybody passed this information about the body to the medical examiner?
Nope.
I'm not aware.
Have you reviewed additional evidence in this case? Or was your involvement pretty much limited to showing up on the scene and then doing those searches?
It was limited.
It was limited. So you're not responsible for taking in witness statements and evaluating them, right?
Right,
But you did testify that anybody who is at the scene is a person of interest, right?
right,
So presumably if witnesses came forward and said, I was at the scene, that would be a person of interest, right?
right,
And if a witness comes forward and makes a statement, you would hope anyway that your detectives will evaluate that statement, right?
right,
And they'll try to match that statement with other statements that have been made in the case, right?
right.
And see if they match up or if they don't match up, right?
Correct,
And they'll try to evaluate that statement next to physical evidence that they've observed in the case also, right?
right,
And see if those match up, right?
right,
Because if a witness statement is very much contradicted by the physical evidence, then that might be a problem, right?
right,
That might indicate a false report, right?
right.
And they did not do so. There was a supposed eyewitness, and his statements are very contradictory to what they found on scene. And he was not investigated as a witness. I mean, as a possible suspect.
Before
but
you
only
arrived
as a
on the scene
witness.
to take these photographs and to preserve the crime scene, other than just checking the vitals to make sure that this person is deceased, any sort of movement or manipulation of the body would be inappropriate, right?
Correct.
Well, It depends on the situation.
He didn't want to answer.
Crime scene protection is very important, right?
Right,
Obviously, checking for vitals is a number one priority, right?
right,
You got to make sure that this person has actually passed away, right?
right,
Once you know that this person has actually passed away, then the best practice is to not move or touch anything, right?
Correct.
right,
Until you guys can come and photograph and preserve the scene, right?
right.
I don't have anything else, Sharon.
Be direct.
So this guy, supervisor may or may not be aware that his deputy picked the body up a little bit by the shoulder.
Sergeant, let me
lifted
go
the
back
body
to
after
one of the earlier
determining
questions by Cross was, when you saw the victim, did you make any assumptions of who this person was when you saw him?
No,
About a U.S. citizen, a Mexican citizen?
no,
Did that matter to you when you came across this person?
does not.
death. Why not?
In your determination, any hesitation to say this was a homicide?
No,
And do you know what kind of cell phone the victim had on him? What brand?
no,
You don't know if it's an Apple or a brand from Mexico or anything like that, do you?
no,
So you couldn't testify if it's even operable in the United States?
correct.
And you were showed a
Those
picture of the backpack,
Listen.
the zipping of the unzipping of the backpack. Do you recall if the entire backpack was unzipped or just a portion of the backpack was unzipped?
Just a portion.
When you took a photo to look inside and the pockets, did you have to unzip
Just
this
enough to
backpack?
move maybe a bag of
Sergeant,
some
they just unzipped it.
substance.
So you had to unzip. So I just want to make sure we understand. You saw the backpack and you took photos.
Correct,
They cut the backpack off and then you unzipped it and took photos within it.
correct.
So the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, any questions? I think we do. Yes, okay, we have at least one for this juror. All right, for this witness, excuse me.
Y'all, there's a lot of questionable stuff. Honestly. No, we need to. My bad.
With any witness, it's always if you know. But the question, couple of questions from one of the jurors. To your knowledge, was there any detective work to determine who was on the other end of the radio?
That I know of, no.
Did anyone attempt to get on the radio to see if they could get a response from whoever might be on the other end of the radio?
No, that's not common practice.
Were there any fingerprints on the radio, to your knowledge, other than the victims? If you know.
No, that answer would have to be answered by Detective Wines.
All right, very well. Any other questions from the jurors? Follow-up questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very well, sir. Thank you. You can step down and you're excused. And ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:30. We're going to have our evening recess. Remember the admonition of the court. It's as important today as it was in the beginning of the trial. We will resume the trial at 8:30.
All right. Tomorrow they will resume trial at 8:30 a.m. Hoorah! We got through it early. So guess what? We might be able to access this morning's. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's do that. Let me exit out of this. Let me go into that. One of the things that I just kind of get irritated is they finally had somebody that come on that supposedly had, nope, they don't got today's mornings posted yet. Okay, so we'll have to do that tomorrow. I don't want to leave, cancel. That's not what I want to do. I want to do this, come over here and do this. All right, so one of the things that's so frustrating for me in this entire thing is that they bring these experts on and you think, wow, we're going to have something good. And it is a total I thoroughly think that, how's the word I put it? I wonder, can y'all hear that? Did that just play for y'all? Or did it just go onto mine? Let me go back to mine. Let me try that again. I am setting up multiple things, y'all, so it's kind of a fun thing for me. Let me turn up my volume. Let me see. Did it play? Oh, I'm muted. Let me try it again. Did it play? Oh, I'm muted. Let me try it again. Did it play? Oh, I'm muted. Let me try it again. I don't know. I have these sound effects that I want to be able to use. And I've got to figure out how to get them on my lives. The thing is that back with this case, I know, down a rabbit trail. Back with this case is that there is no whatsoever, none. I'm looking for it again and I can't remember. Real evidence that precedes any of this. There's just everything is coulda, shoulda, woulda, possiblies. There's nothing that has to do with nothing that has to do with the bullets. The guy's hit and miss. I mean, I understand he can fire the gun and see the pattern in which the casings, but he's not taking account into the wind. He's not taking into account that the guy said he shot everything up straight north. And I understand that's harder to test because you can't control the bullets and where they go. So I really didn't get a lot. But one thing I did see a lot of, and I got a snag in this brand new sweater. One thing I did see a lot of is that he was avoiding some of the questions concerning the supervisor was avoiding some of the questions that pertain to what he had his deputy do. He did order that both Mr. and Mrs. Kelly be placed in SOC vehicles. He says they were not under arrest, but they were put in a vehicle and the doors were shut and they were locked and they couldn't get out. They were not given the option to drive themselves to be questioned at the police department. They were detained. And so it's just nothing right now with the defense. I mean, the prosecution. I'm so looking for something to nail all this together. And everything is, and I know a lot of cases are won on circumstantial evidence, but this is so far left field. I could not do it. I couldn't convict right now. So we'll see where it goes. All right. So I guess we're going to have to end it for today. There's nothing left to see. I want to thank everybody for for coming on and watching and being a part of this. I really greatly appreciate you. And I look forward to tomorrow. We'll continue tomorrow. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let's go. I'll take you out with this. We'll see you tomorrow.